I am Marwan Cameron, and this is the Conduit. All right, y'all. It is 1 a.m. Kitsap County. It's Monday. Woo! Start of the week. My favorite day, September 20. Let's go. We got to talk. We got to teach, but we got to learn. You know, when I was teaching at Olympic College, I told you that I taught business, and one of the courses that I taught was international business. In that, what I found was there were so many folks, so many adults, some just out of high school, few running stars still in high school, but so many of us adults, non-traditional students, late 20s, all through their 30s, 40s, even 50s, even veterans to whom may or may not have been a few places, but many had a myopic viewpoint of the world. Some had never left Kitsap County. Maybe special treat to go to Seattle or something like that. But outside of that, I haven't really seen any parts of the rest of the country or the world to that end. I have very ignorant thinking on how the rest of the world is. Like Africa is huts, zebras and tigers, lions. Oh my. That there were no cities and skyscrapers and highways. I say all that to say that we're going to get into some international politics. We're going to get into some national politics. And of course, we're going to talk about white supremacy. We're going to talk about institutional racism. Now, you may not know what's going on. Well, because the Seahawks played today. And so your priorities may have been elsewhere. And for those of you who are caring about what happens in our borders, what's happening right now to the Haitian community is deplorable. But I thought the Republicans were the deplorables. What I'm going to do is play for you two folks where I get information from. And I gather information from a lot of different sources. But Brother Phil Scott, the African Diaspora Channel, has been around for a very long time and presents news with his team. He has over 1 million subscribers for a news station throughout the world, the diaspora as it is. And I think what's important for us, and I mean all of us right now, but in particular, the Black community, especially foundational Black Americans. Now you're asking, what is a foundational Black American? What is FBA, right? Another acronym that most people have no idea what it means. There's another acronym, ADOS, African Descendants of Slavery. There was some contention on which terminology to use, but many of us who consider ourselves as FBA have settled on FBA and diverged from ADOS. Now, the difference between foundational Black American and African descendant of slavery is this: the slave ships landed all over the place, right? In the Caribbean, Haiti, America. So you would be an African descendant of slavery based on that definition. Now, the difference is foundational Black Americans are those of us whose ancestors were brought here to the shores of America, and we grew up here, right? And so we were stripped of our culture, we were stripped of our language. So it's a lot different, right? So when Jamaicans come over, Jamaicans have their language, they have their culture. When Haitians come over, they have their language, they have their culture. When Puerto Ricans come over, they have their language, they have their culture. When people from the DR come over, they have their language, they have their culture. When Ethiopians come over, they have their language, they have their culture, and so on and so on and so on. But foundational Black Americans were the ones that built the United States, fought through the civil rights era. And so there's a distinction there, right? And what many in the dominant society don't realize is that there is a separation. And in a lot of ways, they are used as a buffer class against foundational Black Americans. How does that work? When Ethiopians come over and Haitians come over and Jamaicans come over, oh, you're so hardworking, not like the lazy Black Americans. The lazy Black Americans that built the damn country to which you're trying to get here to have a better life, those lazy Black Americans. So when things are good, they wave their flag. I'm Jamaican, Haitian, I'm Ethiopian, I'm Nigerian. Now, when they're suffering police brutality and racism and everything else, then it's we're all together, we're all one. And again, we're having an intellectually honest conversation. Of course, I don't mean all or every, but we don't spend time with the stupid. So I want you to hear from these gentlemen. As I said, Phil Scott has over 1 million viewers, has been delivering Black news from the diaspora for years. And I encourage you to subscribe to his channel because you will learn quite a bit about Black American history that is Black. Now, the Black Authority, a little bit more raw. Now, while I may agree sometimes he goes a little far in his elocution of his point, he is keeping it 100 and straight gutter. So it might be hard to accept, but there's a lot of truth in there. There's a lot of truth in there. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Uh, Fair use. I am going to uh, play most of their uh, broadcast because I think it's important not to cut it up into snippets. I think it's also important that you don't have my commentary to go along with it. See, for so long, what has happened, especially on the left, is they have their tokenized Black folks that are allowed to speak for the group. Sometimes it's Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion. And that's a problem, where they put forth and they crown the black folks that they want to ascend into these positions, the safe ones that aren't gonna buck the trend and turn on them and undermine what it is they're trying to do, which is why I was saying in the earlier broadcast with the black church, they must be dismantled and destroyed. Time is running out. I hope this serves as a wake-up call, not only for our Haitian brothers and sisters, but for our Jamaican brothers and sisters, our Dominican Republic brothers and sisters, our Puerto Rican brothers and sisters, our Latin brothers and sisters, our African brothers and sisters, and so on and so on and so on. But also for our foundational Black Americans, those of us that either one have don't have the good sense to care or to even understand what's happening to you, even amongst the diaspora in regards to how they regard you. I was just telling someone earlier today, I said, look, if we have some kind of an emergency, is a foundational Black American going to be able to go into little Haiti or little Jamaica? And if you're not part of the culture, are you going to be able to be protected and have access to the resources? No, you're not. So we're out here, and y'all got to get ready. I'm just speaking with, shout out to Deborah Jackson, speaking with her tonight. And, our plan is to do Deborah's Corner on Tuesday evenings. Just got to check and make sure we don't have another show that we committed to earlier last week. But if not, I believe Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. is going to be Deborah's Corner. So you'll want to tune in to that. But the bridge program is about to expire. And for you to get help is going to change. You're going to have to go through the eviction process. You're going to have to go and get legal aid. Well, as of a month and a half ago, that was a 2-month wait list. What do you think is gonna happen to you while you're waiting? You're probably gonna be out on the street. It's getting bad. Winter's here. Y'all have no idea. But you keep playing. Seahawks ain't gonna do nothing for you. So let's get into this. Again, fair use. Please subscribe to Brother Phil's channel. As I said, this is important, critical.
Where the title, Jim Crow Joe allows everyone else in America except Haitians. Now, ever since Jim Crow Joe has gotten elected, and the moment that he got into office, he immediately started ripping up all the policies Trump had to keep everybody in Mexico and not allowing them to come over. My family member that works on the border told me that during Trump, they didn't have these problems. But the moment Jim Crow Joe got in, he had an agenda. He said, you know what? Open up the floodgates and let everybody come in from Latin America. Then he screwed up Afghanistan, screwed up everything over there. Those people literally trying to jump on planes, falling off of planes in mid-air. Then the guy recently about Afghanistan had a drone strike, ended up killing almost 10 children, and a few, I think 1 or 2 adults. He wasn't supposed to be killing, but he just did that. Everybody quiet about that. Now, if they were Donald Trump, oh boy, there we go. They'll be trying to say war crimes. But with him, don't say nothing. But he sit up here flying Afghanistan people in, welcome them in. Airbnb come out saying that, oh, we'll let them stay in our homes for free. We'll pay for it. Jim Crow Joe had asked Congress for $500 million. $500 million. So we can resettle Afghanistan people. Talking about giving them checks of $2,200. Giving them jobs. I just saw local media here in Houston. One of them was being interviewed by the local media and say, yeah, they settled him in Houston. And check this out. They settled him in Houston. He got a home. While we got homeless black people in downtown Houston. Those of you from Houston know what I'm talking about. So we got all these people downtown Houston that are homeless, but this dude could flee his country, come over here and get money, a job, and a home. But we got homeless Americans in our cities. Then this dude was special forces in the Afghanistan army. Why is he over here? They didn't vet any of these people coming over here. You don't know if freaking terrorists came over here. You don't know. But anybody could come over here except the Negro. And the floodgates were cool. Now, Greg Abbott forever been saying, shut the border, close it down. Too many people coming over here. We need to shut it down. Jim Crow Joe say, hell no. I ain't shutting nothing down. Forget that. You can't shut no border down. I got the floodgates open. Until, wait a minute. Who's that on the horizon? Wait. Hold on. What is that? Haitians? Hey, the Negroes are coming. Shut that border down in Del Rio. The Negroes are coming. All before it was all good. About a week ago, it was good. Now the Negroes are showing up. Shut it down now. I told y'all. Yes, African millennial, shout out to her. No vaccine requirements for them either. Nobody got to get the jab. But the rest of us, they tell us we got to get it. So they see the Haitians come around, they shut everything down. I'm gonna play some video for y'all. And then we about to go in here for a minute. We got to go in, we got to address this all the way around. So let me play this clip. Give me a second. Let me get to it.
This morning, a 24/7 mission on the Texas border. A group of migrants, most from Haiti, spilling onto the shoreline beneath a border bridge. Thousands of men, women, and children waiting days in triple-digit heat for their chance to claim asylum. Late Saturday, Border Patrol, National Guard, and Texas state troopers descending on the scene to try and slow down the surge.
We need the administration to call this what it is. This is a crisis.
The Department of Homeland Security sending 400 additional Border Patrol agents and resuming deportation flights to Haiti within the next 48 hours, adding our borders are not open and people should not make the dangerous journey. Yet so many already have. DHS saying till recently, thousands lived in South America. This Haitian man sharing he paid 5,000 pesos for help reaching the Texas border. Across the river, the city of Del Rio already struggling. The bridge closure cutting off millions in cross-border business.
We're just a town. We're not equipped to humanitarily take care of these people.
Authorities say some migrants will be taken to U.S. processing centers, ones where staff aren't already overwhelmed. Others flown back to Haiti, where the island nation is still reeling from a 7.2 magnitude earthquake barely a month ago. Until then, a real-time test for U.S. authorities after the White House dismantled policies from the Trump administration that required asylum seekers to remain in Mexico while waiting for their day in court.
Every Border Patrol agent I talked to said this is at a tipping point for our security, our capacity.
We're on the Mexican side right now of the Rio Grande. That's the river that separates this country from the United States. And we're here because more than 10,000 people, most of them Haitian, have crossed this river to get to the United States and establish a sort of makeshift camp, wanting to be given asylum and to be able to stay in the United States. Many of them traveled through South and Central America to get to this point. They're fleeing poverty and years of political turmoil and natural disasters back home.
I'm really scared. You know why? Haiti had an earthquake. We were left with nothing. No home, no food, nothing. Almost all my family died. And if we don't go across, where are we going to go? We don't have a home. That's why we're searching for a better future.
The flow of Haitians crossing to the United States at this point suddenly turned into a torrent over the last week or two. But now it's slowed again. People have heard the plans from the US government to fly many in the camp back home.
We're scared that if we cross, they'll just deport us back to Haiti, and it will be worse for us.
Those we did see crossing the river were mainly bringing food and water to those on the other side. I asked this man how people were doing on the other side.
They're okay, but sad, because maybe tomorrow they'll be deported.
Conditions in the camp are reportedly tough, with not enough food, toilets, or water. But we couldn't verify that. Earlier in the day, we tried to enter the camp via the front door in Texas.
We just tried to get into the camp via the US entry, and we were denied there. We now just crossed the river and tried to get in through this entry port, and we've just been denied by the border patrolmen that you can see behind me, who say that we're not allowed in.
Other journalists said the same. The US authorities are blocking the media from talking to those inside. Meanwhile, they're faced with a problem that would test any administration. A makeshift shantytown suddenly springing up on their border with thousands desperate to stay.
To get the migrant crisis under control in Del Rio, yesterday morning, a Val Verde County commissioner told me they had roughly 14,600 migrants under the bridge. This afternoon, the Border Patrol chief, Raul Ortiz, stated the number was down to 12,600, with an expected 3,000 more being relocated by the end of the day, and he hopes to have the makeshift camp under the bridge cleared within a week.
Within the next 24 hours, U.S. Customs and Border Protection will have searched nearly 600 agents, officers, and DHS volunteers. We are working with source and transit countries to accept migrants who previously resided in those countries.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you saw that footage. And at the end, it talked about they already got flights loading people up, bringing them right back to Haiti. Now, all this time, Joe Biden has been letting people in from Latin America. They've been coming in actually with COVID. They had a COVID surge in the valley, the Rio Grande Valley, all those cities, because the people came in and these local leaders didn't even know that they had people with COVID just coming in, not being tested, no vaccinations, no nothing. Then when redhead lady Jen Psaki, when they asked her, hey, well, you know, since he put in these mandates, are the people on the border going to get vaccinated? She said, no. Really? Okay. But this actually is a good thing for the world to see. And I'm speaking directly to the African diaspora today. I'm speaking to you. A lot of you seeing what's going on with the Haitians. I'm going to address a lot of you in many of this. I'm going to address you because it's time to start talking for real now. You know, when you are a trailblazer and when you are a leader and when you have been the leader in the fight against white supremacy, there are many that look at us as we're too radical, we're too militant. You don't want to be like them Black Americans because you want to be in the good graces of massa. If you just go along to get along and you come over to America and you just get a job, you don't say nothing, you know, don't say nothing about anything, separate yourself from those Black Americans because you don't want to get with them. Maybe we can do something better. A lot of you love and pray to white Jesus in a lot of these other countries, in the Caribbean, in the continent of Africa. You pray to white Jesus. When the white man show up, you're raccooning some of you. I've seen that with my own two eyes. And understand, I'm talking out of love. I'm talking out of love. It ain't no hate. It ain't no malice. I'm talking about love because I want to help correct your behavior. What have we learned from the white supremacists with the Haitians? What have we learned? Some of you in the Haitian community, and y'all have told me this. Y'all told me to my face more than once that you are told by those folks, you're different. You're better than Black Americans. Some of your parents have came over here raccooning. And a lot of you have started to open your eyes up, but they told you stay away from them Black Americans. Don't go by them. We're different. Let's separate. Let's live away from them. And when you separate yourself from Black Americans, the people who've been on this soil for hundreds and hundreds of years, who know the white supremacists back and forth, front and back, you're setting yourself up for failure. Some of you bring your tribalism from your countries, the continent of Africa, the Caribbean, etc. Your tribalism failed in your countries. It failed because if it was successful, you wouldn't have had to leave where you were at to come here. You want to bring your tribalism, and then now when that 2020 census came out, and white folks are high on alert. See, the Democrat strategy is bring everybody in that maybe we can procreate with, and the child still come out looking white. Oh, let's go there. You can bring these Afghanistans in because we have some babies, some of these Afghanistan women, that kid may come out looking white. But no matter what it is, even to those divestors, you think you got an option with the white man too. The one thing the Black woman and the Black man have in common is that whoever we have a child with, we put our stamp on that kid. Everybody knows you have a baby with an Asian, you know that baby is Afro-Asian because you can see them Black features. You have a baby with an Indian, a white, or whoever. So Black folks will never be the option to continue anything with the white folks. For them, it's about survival right now. Why do you think they put in that abortion law here in Texas? It's about survival. They're in survival mode. They know they're afraid of the next 10 years what's happening to them right now. So they're cool with everybody else that maybe they can make some babies with to come out looking like them. But they don't want to put no African in here. No, they don't want no Caribbean Black in here. Now they'll take the mestizo Dominican in here. They'll take them, the mestizo. They're not going to take the Black ones too much. They don't want the Black people in Latin America either. They got Black people that look like me and you in Latin America, speak fluent Spanish. They don't want them here. One thing the Democrats and Republicans agree on, maintaining white supremacy. They agree on that. The difference with the Democrats versus the Republicans is that the Republicans say, look, we don't want nobody over here but our people. That's it. We may have a few tokens here and there, but we don't want them. We don't want them nowhere around anything. We are trying to maintain white supremacy and open white supremacy. The left say, well, we want white supremacy too. We get it, but we just think that if we can just include them and give them the illusion of inclusion into our system and thinking that they making a difference, you won't have them so hostile. So we need to include them. But anytime a Black person get out of line, Nicki Minaj, anytime a Black person get out of line, you see how quick they'll pounce on you with their racism. You come to this country, we know these people, and let me tell you something. I got to say this. Just like DJ Khaled said, congratulations, you played yourself. When you separate yourself from Black America, you are a sitting duck. You are a target for these people, and they know it. You say you come over here to work hard. Let's tell the truth. Why is it not working hard in your countries? You abandoning your countries, and then you let the Chinese come over there, buy up all the land, take all the resources. They playing the next colonizer. You let the Indians come in your countries. You let the Russians come in. You know, the white man, well, he been in there. All the different groups of people, you're leaving, they're coming in. And now you're going through horrendous conditions. And then now you got to see the brunt of white supremacy. Do you know that's the only border crossing that's shut down? It's a Del Rio one, the one the black folks are at. Do you know that? All the other ones are wide open. So they still flooding in, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Crow Joe have not changed. How did you expect an old white supremacist to change? You African-American black people, some of you Haitian black people that was out there, yeah, we got to get him in. Roland Martin, you're Haitian too. You championing Joe Biden, you crying about black folks. Your people on the freaking border dying out there. Their 2 children have been born out there literally, and they don't care. Roland doesn't talk about Haiti at all. That's his people. What's that other one up there with Biden? Was it Corinne Pierre, whatever her name is? I don't hear her saying anything. Where's Kamala? Talking about we a nation of immigrants. Kamala, where you at? You supposed to be the border lady now. Where's Kamala? Where's she at? The Chucks and Pearls lady. The lady like Cardi B. Where is she at? The black girl magic lady. Where is she? This woman's been MIA ever since she got in there. Like, where is Kamala? Man, please send her emails. Say, Kamala, are you all right, sis? I mean, we need you down there at the border. We got Haitians trying to get in. And, you know, Jose been coming in, but they told Pierre, hell no, Pierre, you ain't coming in here. Would you let Jose in? I sure did. But Pierre, you ain't getting in. Jacques, you neither. You're not getting in either. Well, no, not you. Matter of fact, come on, because I got a plane ride for you. First class ticket right back to Haiti. But I was at the front door. I need to file for asylum. Asylum ain't for you. That's for them other folks. Oh, man. Number two. You say she's laying up under Zaddy, huh? Well, I mean, that's the life she chose. She's laying up under Willie Brown, old downtown Willie Brown for a long time. She just, you know, Kamala, she was all about, you know, sleeping her way to the top. And she did it. Congratulations, Kamala. Pan-Africanism. Let's talk about that. Pan-Africanism is a concept that was birthed on this soil. We understand that in our mind, we get it. If we were unified as a people all over the world and work together, we can get the white supremacists off our proverbial backs globally. We can stop the Chinese and get them off our backs. We can do everything together. But let's call it what it is. We have been the oracle of Pan-Africanism, and you've had a few. You had a few on the continent that believed in Pan-Africanism. Very few. Some of them been killed because of it. You had a few in the Caribbean too. But outside of those few, the majority of you reject Pan-Africanism as a nation or nations. You're still riding around with this tribalism, especially the continent of Africa. I remember when I went to Ethiopia, you got the country of Ethiopia, but 80 different tribes. Why do y'all need 80 different tribes? Like, can you just come together as one? And say work together as a team? Can we do that? This country got this many tribes, that country, this one, you know, and the crazy part is the self-hate is everywhere. Because, like, I mean, when I covered the story out of South Africa about people getting pissed off that Nigerians and Ethiopians and Somalis were getting other jobs over them, but you still got the white folks taking everything in South Africa. I'm like, take that energy to them. Why are you doing it to other Africans? It doesn't make sense. And then you leave your countries and want to come here and practice the same thing that failed in your countries. You can't practice what failed in your country and then come here. It's not going to work, because what y'all don't understand, and why your tribalism will keep you at the proverbial bottom. You are cemented into the bottom. Do you understand? As long as you practice tribalism and won't accept Pan-Africanism, you're going to be, you're in the cement, and you will not get out the cement being at the bottom until you adopt Pan-Africanism and really apply it for real. Those Haitians should not be coming to the United States of America. You know where they should go if they have an issue? Not the United States of America. Now I'm about to throw something at the African Union. African Union, I'm talking to you. Haiti wanted to be a part of the African Union, and y'all rejected them. Do you remember? Why is that? Why was Haiti rejected? Because, see, y'all not practicing Pan-Africanism either. The last person really practiced Pan-African, well, outside of Julius Malema, you know, Julius Malema, I would say Professor PLO Lumumba, he's another one that I could think of, you know, but we know Julius Malema is probably the most biggest name recognition on the continent. There's a very few. Why aren't you speaking up? Why aren't you getting with West African countries, the ones that speak French? Why aren't you getting with them to take them in? Why don't you send the airplanes down to that? I'm pretty sure the United States would say, hey, you want them? Oh, we'll take them over you. I think the United States would actually do that. Why can't y'all do that? Every time something going on the continent, y'all don't speak up. Y'all not offering to, hey, come on in. They said, we got our own problems. Everybody got problems. United States got plenty of problems. United States is printing money out the wazoo right now. I think the continent of Africa needs to start taking in people in Haiti and other places that black folks got problems. That's starting to practice Pan-Africanism. Why is it that white folks always got to be the rescue of black people? You got all those resources over there. You got land. You got plenty of space. Why can't you take them in? And the only reason African Union spoke up about George Floyd is because they're like, well, white people said it's okay to say it. Yeah, it's messed up what happened to George Floyd. You never take a stand outside unless white folks give you permission. Then I know it's a lot of raccooning up there at African Union because Dr. Arikana, she got removed because she was talking too much about France. And that current guy, from what I heard, he raccoons a lot for France. When y'all gonna start taking responsibility on that continent? It's way past this time of everybody running to the United States and running to the UK that's black. You got a land mass that's huge. You mean to tell me them brothers and sisters, 10,000 of them can't come? They can't? America is not an easy place to live. And if you're going to immigrate to America, you also need to know your skin color is your team. That's why you can't separate yourself. Now, I'm going to call names because I'm calling groups. Nigerians, you can't separate yourself from Black America because you're on the team whether you like it or not. Somalis, Ethiopians, Haitians, Jamaicans, just to name a few. You're not different than me. I'm not different than you. You remember Jay-Z's song called Still N-Word? And he talked about all the things, talking about light, dark skin. He talked about you're rich, you're poor, you're real, you're fake, but at the end of the day, you still an N-word. Well, just because you're Jamaican, you're an N-word too. Haitians, they seeing it now. We are all the same. We're not different. In the eyes of them folks, I'm going to say. What y'all need to do, and I said this before, y'all need to come to the table with Black America and say, look, I understand our people kind of before us set this up, but we were kind of staying away from each other. This is not a good thing. We need y'all, hey, teach us what we need to know. Let's work together in this because we all we got. If you're not willing to do that, if you're willing to say I'm better than the Black Americans or whatever the case, what you're thinking about yourself. And I'm not saying all, so don't come to me, write me emails, say I ain't like that. If this conversation is if the shoe fits conversation. But the times is going to get hard in this country. They are bringing all these people in to have anti-Black sentiments. Latin America is very freaking racist against Black people. Ask anybody Black that lives in any Latin American country. They even discriminate against those who aren't Black, those who are the real dark skin. They call them Indios, and that is an insult to be called Indio. I forgot this lady's name. She's real famous. She's real dark skinned. She has some real jet black long hair. I mean, she has some features that look like real Native American features, right? And they call that lady Indio, call that lady, ugly and everything like that. I forgot that lady's name. Her name is, it starts with a Y. I forgot that lady's name in Mexico. I remember Brenda, if you remember Brenda Lazama that came here, a few times. She told me that if you're dark skinned, they say, oh, I'm not hiring you. But if you're white looking, they'll give you the job. There's no laws, like she say in Mexico, about discrimination. It's not just Mexico. It's Central American countries, South American countries. Look at what happened in Brazil. How Black people are treated bad in Brazil. And they've never had a Black president, and the majority of the country is Black. Most slaves are brought to Brazil than any other place. And how the police be killing brothers and sisters out there in Brazil. Don't get started about the racism, white supremacy in Latin America. So they rather import those people in here to keep white supremacy going. But they don't want to import no Black folks in here, no Haitians in here. They don't want that. Now, of course, I feel bad. Because no matter what I'm saying, y'all still my people. Some people can say F y'all. Some people can say that. I can't say that. Because I have a heart. I see my people suffering. I see babies suffering. I see my brothers, my sisters suffering. I don't have a heart for that. I just don't. Much as I could chastise, I still can say they still my people. I mean, something got to be done. The Congressional Black Caucus, let's start on y'all. Let's get to you. You were down there, the squad, Ayanna Pressley, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar. Y'all were down there with AOC. Hey, sister girl, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with your Black scent. Where you at right now? You always talking about immigration. Where you at? You talking about kids in cages and all the Congressional Black Caucus are down there? Oh no, them kids are in cages. That racist Trump. Why we ain't talking about racist Biden? Look how quick he got in the planes to drop those people back in a horrible situation where they had a major earthquake. Nothing was fixed. Their president was assassinated. We know America had their hand in it. Their president was assassinated. Turmoil all over the place in Haiti. And you're going to drop, you say, you know what? You can't be asylum here. That's your problem. Get back over there. But these people from Latin America say, I'm afraid the cartel going to get me. Oh, yeah, come on in here. So the Congressional Black Caucus went down there with AOC and Nancy Pelosi and all of them, crying about the people from Latin America, saying the kids in cages. And oh, my God. But where's that delegation now for the Haitian people? Where's the Haitian representatives, the Haitian groups? Where y'all at? Y'all should be the first one down there. CARICOM, where y'all at? Y'all sure silent. Sheila Jackson Lee, Frederica Wilson, where y'all at? Why the silence? Because you don't care about black people. Because Master Joe is your slave master. And you better not speak of his Master Joe. He can deport all the Haitians he wants, and you're not gonna say nothing. Shame on y'all. Shame, shame, shame. You're supposed to be the Congressional Black Caucus. If anything, you should be telling Joe Biden, how is it you let everybody else in here, but them Haitians can't come in on asylum? That's racist, Joe. You ain't changed, but you're the same guy, so you didn't want to integrate your kids into a racial jungle. That's him. That's who black folks voted for. Nobody's saying anything. Now, this is the thing. We in the black media gonna make y'all do y'all job because we're gonna keep on shaming you while you're not doing it. We're gonna keep doing it. And everybody need to go to Congressional Black Caucus and ask them, why aren't you all at the border in Del Rio, Texas, speaking against the conditions and speaking against Biden, just flying these people out, dropping them off in an earthquake-ridden area where lawlessness is going on, the president was killed, everything is in a mess, and you drive those people right back off. But people come up here and just say they're scared of the cartel, where your president's still intact, their government is still intact, no earthquake, no nothing, but they can just leave when they say they're scared of the cartel. Ain't that some BS? Well, those people come up here, they're scared of the cartel, you let them in. Well, for sure, the Haitians got every right to come in, right? Oh, of course, Sister Shirley. Of course, she don't care about us. I'm saying that because she tries to go. Y'all, I'm saying I'm calling her name for a reason, and y'all should go call her out too. Go call out. No. You need to call out AOC. You need to call her out. Make her respond about how come you're not down there talking about conditions with immigrants. Why? You got to pressure AOC too. She the biggest mouth about it. Pressure her. I don't care if it's not her people. Pressure her. She's a congresswoman. Put pressure on her. Not just the Congressional Black Caucus, since she got the biggest mouth. Talk about immigrants. They need to be let in. They need to, okay, well, let them in too then. I'm just saying. Yes, the homeless is bad in California, of course. But California is a different story, okay? Because people in California, you keep voting the Democrats in with their policies, and they're literally bankrupting that state. And that's why people so much on the homeless on the streets. That's why. Let's call it what it is. You could have let every last one of them Haitians in the Texas. You could. There's a lot of jobs for them all over the state to go get. It actually is. I guarantee they would take some of them waiter jobs and waitress jobs that people don't want. They'll take them. I'm just saying. They'll be happy with those jobs. So what they were making an hour, that'd be more than what they're making in a day in the country. So they'll take them. I'm just saying. If everybody else could come in, then why can't they? Listen. I believe in equal opportunity. If you say shut the border, okay, shut it for everybody. I'm okay, cool. But don't say they could come in, this one group come in, or a few groups to come in, or you can flag people in. But see, look, Jim Crow Joe told you, I'm gonna put things back in the status quo. You know what the status quo have been in America? Everybody else can get something out of America but you. When Trump was in there, oh hell no. It was equal opportunity treatment for anybody outside of white. I don't want you Negroes in here. I don't want you Hispanics in here. I for sure don't want you Muslims in here. You know Trump did that. Trump said none of y'all getting in here. And they were crying about that they couldn't get in here. And these people didn't even line up in lines to go vote for this guy. You did. Black folks did. They set up there, made a whole video with some Atlanta strippers. Talking about get your booty to the polls. That's how much they disrespect black folks. They have never made a video for white people or Hispanics or Asians with strippers telling them get their booty to the poll. And you still with. Well, a caucus is okay. But if y'all really want change in America, you got to change within our community first, right? And how do you make change in the community first? Politically. you say everybody in the Congressional Black Caucus is gone. The next election, you gone. I'll replace you, whoever it is. It ain't gonna be you. Then we'll know you serious. You know the Congressional Black Caucus sells us out. Trust me. All we would have to do is one election season, knock them all down. The ones that's up for election, get them out of there. That's gonna send a shockwave to the rest of them. And you know what you tell them after they gone? If you don't do what we tell you to do, the next election you gone too. But a lot of y'all not ready to move like that. Voting, you can strategically vote. Oh, yes, you can. Sometimes you got to do a protest vote. Because somebody say, well, I'm gonna sit it out. Sitting it out is cool too, but you got to do a protest vote sometime. Like for instance, if you try to let's actually use Clyburn. You try to primary Clyburn, right? You say, okay, we'll pick this black person and have them run. And let's say, because we have a lot of, unfortunately, the civil rights generation people that wants to hold on to the old ways of representation and don't do nothing for us. You understand? Representation with no tangibles. So let's say we pick somebody, we try to vote for them in the primary, and that group, our numbers are still in that area, and they put Clyburn up. This is what you do the next time. So it'd be Clyburn and some Republican, right? What you do is protest vote. Say, okay, if Clyburn's up there, I'm voting for that Republican. And when that Republican win, you turn around and say, Clyburn, the only reason that happened is because you have sold us out, and we made sure to get you out of there. Now, next election, we'll run somebody else and then try to get that person in. We ain't gonna vote for that Republican. But we want to make sure to get you out. Because if you traitorous to our community, you got to go. I don't care if a Republican replace you. You got to go. I prefer you to be primary with somebody else in our community that's going to do what's right. I prefer that. But if it don't happen, then let the Republican come in. Shoot, at least I know what I'm getting with the Republican, man. You selling me out all day long. Clyburn, well, we don't need qualified immunity, in the George Floyd bill. If you take out qualified immunity, then what's the point? The comment alone should have him gone. See, the thing is with Trump, let's talk about Trump. You know how many people retiring and not running because of Trump right now? Like Trump put out the word, hey, this person gonna run against them, and we all go support this person. And these people know they're gonna lose, and they quitting left and right in the Republican Party, quitting, because they know Trump got the stroke over there. Why can't we do that? Well, you talking about being on code and fixing Black America, right? We got to fix our politics first. Get rid of everybody in the Congressional Black Caucus. Let them all lose their seats. Trust me, the ones that left, they're gonna want to come to the table then and say, well, what do we got to do? I said, oh, now you want to listen? And if they don't listen, you get rid of the next set. Trust me, they'll start listening and say, you're not going to be Democrat person no more. You're going to be Black community first. That's it. I don't want to hear you talk about nothing else outside of our issues. Like the brother say, we got all these homeless people in California. That should be hands on deck. Homeless people in Texas, homeless people everywhere in our community. All hands should be on deck about homelessness, education. Home ownership haven't even changed since the 60s in the Black community. But 46%. I think 44 to 46% home ownership in the white community, about 74, 75%. Why that is important? Because during the pandemic, homeowners got to not pay their mortgage for over a year. Renters, yes, I know the moratorium, but you getting your behind thrown out. People that didn't pay their mortgage for a year, they just put it at the end of their loan. Understand? And a home is an asset that you can sell or can turn it, leave it to your kids or whatever. So home ownership is very, very important. That needs to be addressed. There's so many things that we need addressed, but we got to take care of our politics first. They should be at the border talking about that, saying, hey, you let all these other people in. Either you let nobody in or you let them in too. You got to pick one. And they have to call out the racism in the Democrat Party. And they don't want to do that because they bought and paid for Negroes. I'm just saying, if you want to make some change here in America, but once again, when it comes to immigrants, I'm going to repeat this again. If you bet everything on white supremacy by separating yourself and saying that you're better or we're so Pookie and Ray Ray or, we all hood rats. If you think, you know what I'm saying? Then when the time comes, when you deal with the barrel of white supremacy, you'll see, just like Muhammad Noor, that brother, the Somali police officer. I know his case at the Minnesota Supreme Court, one of his convictions got overturned. I heard about that. But when he was going through that, his people's calling it racism. Because when the white folks do things against Black people, nothing happens to them. But the first time he do something, he got treated like a what? The N-word. That's how he got treated. They had no problem giving him them 12 years, and he went to trial quick. Well, when it comes to Jim Crow Joe, you got at least 3 good more years. Now, like I said, you can send Jim Crow Joe a message in the midterms next year. Check your state, get registered to vote, and make changes locally. And look at ballotpedia.com. You can see exactly what congressional seats is up in your area. And when you see the Congressional Black Caucus members, I say, oh, who running against them? Who's in the primary? You got to start doing your own homework. And if you send that message to the Congressional Black Caucus and to the Democrat Party next year, Jim Crow Joe gonna have to look at it and start changing his tune a little bit. And if he don't have to. But I believe he'll be a one-term president. I believe that. Kamala, she can run for president all she wants. Nobody gonna vote for her. And then this is the crazy part. Kamala's supposed to be the border person. He threw it all on her. So now, so when it comes up later, they're gonna say, "Well, Kamala, that's her failure because she went over the border." Like, I was like, "Wow." I said, just like the white supremacists, always setting up the black person to be the fall guy, a lady. That's what happens when you side with white supremacy. Period. You have to understand that white supremacist is the devil that the Bible speaks of. Okay, you make a deal with the white supremacist, it's always gonna turn out bad for you. It's never gonna turn out good. Yeah, oh, you say 14,000 showing up. You know what? And I hope they keep showing up. I hope they keep coming. I hope 100,000 of them show up. I hope they do because I want to see. I want to see what they're gonna do. They can only look. An airplane only takes so many. I want to see how many they get out of there in time. Then when Fox News is showing the footage with the FAA come out and say, "Oh no, you can't fly no drone no more," and then you heard the other dude in the video say, "Well, they don't want us to even go talk to him." So Biden is blocking the media because he's doing dirt. So, I forgot this. Let me also bust out one thing because it came to mind, and I really got to address this. Don't y'all allow the Democrat Party to treat our people like we're stupid, dumb, and ignorant. What do I mean by that? They say that these voter ID laws is Jim Crow. What? See, the Democrats are very good at gaslighting you and getting you in your emotions. Your Achilles heel is your emotions, black people. Do you know that? That's your Achilles heel, is your emotions. And you have trigger words they can use to get you in your emotions. They'll literally come out and say a voter law is Jim Crow. They won't read the law to you. They won't point where it was Jim Crow or not. But let's discuss how voting was during the Jim Crow South. Let's discuss that. Since the Democrat Party won't discuss it, I will discuss it. There were key components that happened during the Jim Crow South when it came to voting. Okay, so our people immediately, when black men was the first ones to get their right to vote, then we know about the women's suffrage and all that movement, and eventually women, right? But there were some key components in the Jim Crow South. Number one, only white people can vote in the primaries. There's no voter law out here that says only white people can vote in the primaries. I looked at the Texas law. I looked at the Georgia law. That's not in there to say that only white people can vote in the primaries. That would be Jim Crow. Number two, literacy test. Black people were given literacy tests during that time period. Now, literacy test would be, hey, read part of the Constitution. Now, why would they do that? Some of our people could not read or write. They couldn't, okay? Unfortunately, there's a time that our people was like R. Kelly. You know how he can't read or write? So if you couldn't read or write, or they would read you a part of even the state constitution, and they'll tell you, okay, tell me what that means, right? And if you're not really learned in all of that, and you can't tell them verbatim what it means, you fail a literacy test, so you can't vote. There's no law out there that says give only black people a literacy test. It's not there. Number three, a poll tax. Black people was given a poll tax. So when black people show up, not only they got to deal with everything else I told you, okay, let's say they're smart enough to pass the literacy test. Cool. Okay, now you got to pay a poll tax. Now, the poll tax in today's money would be about $50. So imagine you go to vote and you show up and like, okay, Jerome, give me a debit card, $50. What? Oh, you got to pay the poll tax to vote. Huh? White man, they got to pay. I know you don't. You do, Jerome. I need the debit card or you can't vote. Is a poll tax in any voter law in this country right now? Our people fought against those sort of treatments. So when these Democrats say that voter law is like Jim Crow, like you are so, number one, intellectually dishonest. Number two, because people weren't educated in American history. That's why you could say that in the media to deceive black people, to get them in emotion to vote for you. Number four, and the last thing, number four, the important one. On top of all of that I described, the Ku Klux Klan will be waiting on black folk when they try to go vote. So you try to go in there and you got the Klan waiting on you with guns and everything else, trying to make sure you even get to the point where you can take a literacy test and everything else and pay a poll tax. Is that any law today to say the Proud Boys will be waiting on you with guns to try to stop you from voting? Is that in the law? It's okay for them to do that? Or the 3%ers or neo-Nazis? Is that in there? Today, you can carry firearms At that time period, our people couldn't even carry. So they try that mess today. Oh, we got something for them today. They try it. That was Jim Crow South on voting. So when the Democrats and Biden and all them say these voter laws are Jim Crow, and nobody gave any pushback, referring to American history that happened to our ancestors. How dare you lie and use our ancestors' pain to try to get black people in their emotions due to them not being educated in our history, American history, to go vote for you or do something for you. Another thing, voter ID is racist. Hold on. I've been having an ID since I had a driving license, bro. When you go get a job, you need an ID. You go in the nightclub, you need an ID. You want to get a drink in the bar, you need an ID. You go fly an airplane, you need an ID. Go get that passport, you need an ID. You go put your kids in school, they ask you for an ID. Go visit your kid at college, they ask you for the ID. Black folks got IDs, man. Why are you putting that on black people saying we ain't got an ID? That's a freaking lie. Everybody got a freaking ID. We need an ID for daily life. But you're trying to say black people are so stupid that we can't even obtain an ID that we already have. But check this out. This same people say we don't have an ID, but they want you to have an ID in the form of a CEC card to go to a gym, a restaurant, a bar, or a movie theater. So they want an ID for that. But you can't, but it's racist to have. So it's racist. So it's also racist. We don't go with it racist. It's racist to have that card too. It's racist because let's call it what it is. The majority of black folks in America don't have that card. So you're being racist then. Right? Come on, y'all. Come on. We got to challenge with the truth. We don't have to challenge with a lie. We have to challenge these lies that's being spoken in our community. Don't let them use our community in a way to get you to do something for them. And at the same time, they know they laughing about it. At the same time, they got us stirred up. Oh my God, no laws. We got to vote for the Democrats again when they keep hurting us. We're the Republicans. Well, what you going to say? Well, the Republicans, they're not going to do any better. Did I say that? No, they're not. Both of them white supremacists. But we got to deal with the party that we vote 80% for. You can't talk about Republicans. You don't vote for them like that. Stop letting them use our history, twisting it and lying to get what they want. They do not do that to the Jewish people. They don't lie. They don't use the Holocaust or nothing for the nefarious reasons. Because if they do that mess, it's hell to pay. And I don't blame the Jewish community. They have every right to lay the hammer down on any party that use their hurt and pain to get what they want. See, the Jewish community, and what I respect about them, they don't let nobody play with their hurt and pain. They don't care if they're making money with you. They say F a dollar. Our community deserves respect. Look all the money Nick Cannon was making for Viacom. What they told Nick Cannon? Nah, man, we cool, bro. We cool. They don't matter about the millions of dollars that Nick Cannon was making them. It's about their dignity and self-respect. Now, black folks, we should be like that times 100. Trust me, the Jewish community has a great model on how to handle anybody that disrespect them. And I actually love how they do it. Why aren't we doing it? Now we slowly, let me give us some credit. We slowly getting there. We getting there. It's consequences. We enacting consequences. I'm liking that. But we need to get more aggressive with those consequences. And the consequences don't be nothing physical. No, it's just let me hurt the money. Make it where you can't do nothing. Shame you. Have you on apology tour for a year. Have you sitting down? See, that's what we should be doing. People should be on an apology tour for a year and saying, hey, you know, I want to sit down with Minister Farrakhan and talk to him. I'm just throwing the name out there. I'm definitely not going to call out no Al Sharpton. Let me talk to the minister. You know, I want to just learn, you know, and get some education. That's what we should be doing. Just like the Jewish community. Oh, this person just told me that Yaj, he said that the people have power. We shouldn't be anything like that. Are you crazy? Why don't you want to obtain power? Why? Why? You've been at the bottom all this time. It doesn't work for you. They have the right idea. You want power. Why don't you want power? If you had power, you would be controlling your community. That's a slave conversation. That's slave talk. What are you afraid of power for? You want to be a slave to people the rest of your freaking life? And also, you know, you start bringing up the law. The law wants you to obtain power too. He's not just waiting for you, praying all day, waiting for him. That's your problem. Some of y'all pray all freaking day. Some of y'all on the street corner talking about the Lord this and the Lord that, and you ain't making a move, obtaining and moving through the power of the Lord. The Lord wants you to obtain land. The Lord wants you to build. The Lord wants you to protect. The Lord wants you to provide. There's nothing wrong with power. When you obtain power, you can be a good steward of it, or you can be a wicked person. Be the good steward of it. Treat people right. Be that example the Lord wants you to be when you obtain power. Stop being afraid of power. That's the biggest problem now. Too many brothers afraid to obtain power. Do you know creating your own businesses is a form of power because you are in charge of your own destiny? You're not clocking in and say, well, let me see if my boss will let me have some vacation time. You have no power even if you work for somebody. But you own your own boss. I'll take vacation if I want to. I ain't got to ask nobody crap. What they say, money, power, respect, you got to get that. I'll never tell a brother to want to be weak all our life. Get that. That's the mindset when you make people leave their country. I mean, it's okay to go leave if you want to go build something somewhere else too and expand what you have. Because outreach is we expanding outreach and building in other countries. If I was sit up there and think like some of you that said that, I would have nothing. Well, Monique, you're right, Monique. I agree with you. The brothers do need to know who they really are. And you read the Bible all day talking about God wants you to be the head, not the tail. Well, the head is power. The tail ain't no power. Let me tell you something, even by black women. I'm gonna tell y'all, brother, something. I'm gonna tell you from real life experience. You want black women to respect you? I'm gonna tell you. Create a business, start hiring them. When you hire them, pay them a good salary. Watch how they respond to you. Watch the respect they have for you. They can work for you. They can wear their hair like they want. They don't have to wear weave. They can do whatever they want, working for you. You taking care of them like they're supposed to. They don't have to go beg the white man for a job. If 50% of the brothers in this country would own a business and hire, of course, brothers too, but hire the sisters, you will see a different mindset about how they will respond to a lot of us as brothers. I'm just telling you the truth, what I've seen, what I know. A lot of black women actually want to get hired and work for black men and not deal with that racism in corporate America, not deal with Karen trying to get her fired every freaking 5 minutes because she's jealous that the black woman looks better than her or smarter than her, or the white men are looking at her. You know what I'm saying? The freaking Becky and Karen is hell on a black woman in corporate America. And black women know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not a thing about a mindset. It's about action. What are you creating? You can do all the talking you want. What are you creating? Are you creating businesses? Are you hiring black people? Let me tell you something. The most pro-black you can be is create an institution for black people. Create a school. But I'm talking about a functional school, of course. Start businesses. Start restaurants. Build, subdivisions or whatever you're going to do. Start building things. Because you're right. Anybody can talk, and that's not going to do crap. You got some of the best talkers in the world I've ever seen on 125th Street in Harlem. But how many of you are building? That's the thing. Men build. Women are supposed to assist with that vision of the building. They don't supposed to be doing the building for us. That's the brothers. We supposed to build. They supposed to come assist us with that. Assistance. That's what God created women to be. Assistants. You leading. You doing what you're supposed to do. And she will come in with her expertise, and then y'all gonna build it up. That's the way it works. But you can't build nothing when you want a woman to do 50-50. But let me not go there because that's gonna start another conversation. That's the Phil Scott show conversation. I'm gonna leave it alone over here. But ladies and gentlemen,
all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause it there. That's Phil Scott, African Diaspora Channel. As I said before, definitely should check that out. A really great source for news for us and the diaspora, but it's a great news source for anyone wanting to get a different perspective on what's going on locally and also what's going on internationally. And not only that, but also kind of an outside in look into the United States, right? We know how we regard ourselves in a lot of ways, but we don't have a very clear understanding on how other countries view us. Okay. So, as I said, important conversation there, a different viewpoint that I know that has not been expressed uh, in a lot of the mainstream media that you see and that you're exposed to. And this is an opportunity for you to uh, I don't know if you identify with anything that he was saying. A lot of what he was saying resonates with me and has been for a while. And even when I was slowly beginning to, uh, I don't know, I'll use woke because it's so cliche, although it's so very overused. For the longest time, I've been trying to do work in the community, and in different ways, right? Uh, Being on the quality assurance board for foster care through the Casey Foundation, um, being a big brother through Kids App Community, uh, their organization, trying to mentor and advise folks as I myself was on my journey of growth through professional and personal development, both academically uh, and even spiritually. Becoming an instructor at the college level and being present in a way where I could be that face that I didn't see very often growing up, and understanding as a non-traditional student, facing many of the challenges that my non-traditional students uh, were facing as they were coming into the college, how high stakes the situation was for them. Uh, how during that time, I, I don't care what's going on in the rest of the world. I really don't even care what's going on in the next city over. I'm focused on me. That's the important thing, right? I've got to get through this degree as fast as possible, take these courses, get to the other side, and make whatever money I can uh, so that I can replace the income that was lost when I was in construction as a brick mason. I was making so much money back then. And to take all of that time to lose all of that opportunity cost of continuing to work and not just go to school as a starving student, right? I could have took a non-physical job, but I would have been on this hamster wheel with a cap on my growth as far as my earning potential. And that's really difficult for folks to see. Try to paint that picture. It's like, yeah, you can go to work now and you'll make some money now, but you will be limited in how much money you can make. And in the interim, you're getting older, and it's most likely the job that you're in is a job that is soon going to be obsolete. It's definitely already obsolete in regards to being a livable wage for you to be able to afford housing, to purchase a vehicle. I mean, we're not even talking about vacation or anything like that. We're just talking about survival day to day. So it's hard to convince folks of that opportunity cost, that delayed gratification now, the work that you put in today for the next several years is going to pay off in your future profoundly. But we need it now. We want it now. There's things we want to do. There's things we have to do, right? What's interesting is the dominant society, take Donald Trump as an example, who's claimed bankruptcy several times. A lot of black folks get caught up in, we got to pay our bills. We got to tip big because we got to show that we can tip. Don't call us cheap. We get emotional about these things. But other folks look at it as business. Okay, I tried this venture, didn't work out. I claim bankruptcy. I try again. I do something else. And we're hanging on to this debt, onto this sinking ship, and we'll go down with it. Because we don't want people to say, well, you know, we don't keep our word, we don't pay our debt. And they give you these super high interest rates, cancel your cards. We don't look at it as a, a tool in capitalism to use. And so we lose out. So many good lessons here, as I said. Now I'm going to go in and we're going to listen to the Black Authority. Black Authority has over 130,000 subscribers. As I said, he is has a more hardline stance. This is definitely a trigger alert for many of you because you haven't heard Black folks talk like this or feel this way. Copyright disclaimer, as I said before, do subscribe because it does give you insight on the fact that we are not a monolith and that we do feel different ways about different things. We're not all Democrats, but it does not make us Republicans. But we are tired. Hear Black Authority talk about taking power. You heard Phil Scott talking about taking power and us being afraid of power. We cannot wait on the government to give us anything because anything they give, they can take. We can't wait on our local government to do something. We damn sure can't wait on our churches to do something. We have to do something and understand everyone isn't going to make the train. You've got to find the like-minded individuals that are willing to take the journey with you, to fight the battle with you. And if they fall in the field, then that's noble and righteous. But if they quit and they turn on you, better to cut them down than allow them to run away. The meritorious manumissions that were given out from slavery for saving the slave master's life, for inventing something that helped the slave master, or telling the slave master about a revolt or slaves escaping. Meritorious manumissions. Tariq Nasheed calls it butter biscuits. Vicky Dillard calls it butter biscuits. Kunin, hear all this terminology. That's what we talk about, right? And other groups are those that betray the group for their own self-interest are dealt with. You see it in Afghanistan, right? Taliban was going door to door. U.S. is gone now, right? You stood against us for 20 years. You fought against our ideals and how we believe. And now that they're gone, there's reckoning, which is why you had folks hanging off of planes. As I was saying earlier, as Nat Turner was fighting against slave masters. If it wasn't for the meritorious manumissions, we would have gotten further faster. "2045, we are already not the minority in this, the majority minority in this country. We're going to continue to lose." I gave you stats earlier, the facts on divorce, single motherhood, literacy rates, poverty, prison, and on and on and on. So as we are losing percentages, as we are being destroyed culturally, as we are fighting each other, as folks that come in from other areas are told, Don't be like those Black Americans. You be the good Nigerian, be the good Ethiopian, you be the good buffer class. And their parents teach that. And then we have Haitians, Jamaicans, on and on and on, calling us lazy, just like right wingers. Thing is, at the end of the day, you're not male, female, he, she, they. You're not LGBTQI plus. You're Black. And no matter how much you try to forget it or try to fit into another group, you are that first and foremost. And when it's time for them to make that distinction they will make and do make. No doubt about it, right? Happened with all of our greats. Michael Jackson, Prince, Cosby, Oprah. See, when they're done with their tools, they break them. And we allow ourselves to be used because we want to climb. We want the American dream for ourselves and our families. Quite frankly, we get exhausted. There are those of us that have been fighting the fight for others for years, for decades. Just to watch folks turn on them, just to watch us kill each other, just to watch when they defend us, they're alone to fight the fight by themselves. And at some point, they say, you know what? The hell with all y'all. I'm just going to do for me and mine. Y'all are ignorant. You don't care. You're more concerned with turn up, hook up culture, and everything else. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to secure the bag for me and mine. I'm going to make sure we're good. Our kids are going to go to good schools. We'll be middle class or better. The hell with y'all. And it's understandable. Because there's days when I feel like that. It's like, what is the point? But there are folks out there, and as I keep saying to folks, there's the three camps. The camp that there's nothing you can do, nothing you can say. Those folks will always be against you and be lost. There are those that are already on your side. And then there are those that are in the middle that can be swayed, that can be saved. That's where my effort is. Like the parent who unfortunately doesn't praise the good child enough. See, the good child does everything they're supposed to do. Hey, parent, what do you need? Let me help you. I can anticipate your needs. I'm not going to be a bother for you. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to do my homework. I'm going to behave. I'm going to represent the family. I'm going to make you proud. Then you have the kid who's constantly getting into stuff. He's got all the potential. Sometimes he pay attention or she's paying attention and listening, but just kind of strays off the path. And oftentimes the parent will pour more into that child to try to save that child because the child that's functioning at such a high level is good, right? They have a level of independence. They're all right. The problem is that that child becomes resentful because they need nurturing and attention too. They need an attaboy, good job, keep it up. I know because I was that child and I felt some kind of way when I was doing everything right. And not always because it came easy. I had to put the work in, but I did want to do the right thing. I wanted my father to be proud. But when all of the attention went to my other siblings, I felt some kind of way about it. And I hurt myself. I said, "Oh, I'll show you, Dad. You value education. I'm not going to try." My grades dropped drastically. And he hit me with the reverse psychology. I'm not going to punish you. You're just making your adulthood harder for yourself. Unfortunately, although at the end of the day, the outcome good, I don't agree with that being the right play because it had the opposite effect. I totally unraveled from that. So you do need to know your kids and know how much and how far you can push them and understand that sometimes the things that you try may or may not work. And it's okay for you to switch your tactic or your strategy. There is being determined and driven, but there's also not being able to change course and just driving off a cliff because you're so determined to make something work to fit that square peg in the round hole. So see people like that, gonna try to help those that can be helped, knowing that they are gonna struggle from time to time. And as for the power of discernment, that I don't waste too much time on those that are in the "you're never gonna get them over." But for now, they're either fooling themselves and or fooling you. Food for thought. Let's get into our second video here. This is a little bit longer, um, but again, I think this is tremendously important. So it's good too if you're working out or if you're driving to work or you're working in a setting where you can have your earbuds in, don't feel like you have to finish it all in one setting. Come back to the videos. I'm tempted to make them smaller, and at some point I may, chop them up so they're a little bit more digestible. But I mean, it's like any good show, right? You can pause and come back to the show. I know we're in a society we want it quick. We want it in 5 to 10 minutes or less. But when you're building, you got to measure twice and cut once. It's critical. It's important. And we'll spend so much time in frivolous activities, and we won't spend the requisite time here, knowing that these things can fundamentally change the lives of ourselves and the lives of our children for the better when we understand why and how the world works. It makes it easier for us to navigate it. We're not sitting here confused as to how and why in 2021 people can think and feel the way that they still do. It is, and it's not going to change. So what are you going to do about it? How are you not going to make an excuse and not be successful and give your children the best opportunity that you can for them to be successful? That's on you. I have conversations with folks where they talk about the upbringing of people they love and their experiences and how, well, you know what, they're this way because their parents were this way and they went through this and they went through that and this was tragic. And I try to remind them that people go through tragedy all the time. And truth told, there are many people that have gone through more tragic situations than the person that we happen to be talking about. But they were able to navigate through that and be productive, do what they had to do for themselves and for their children to be successful in spite of, to use their experiences as a strength and not a deficit, to be accountable, to not make excuses on why they can or why they haven't. See, that mindset is a hard one, but once you get that mindset, there's not much you can't do because it's a transferable skill. Once you decide, hey, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Start working out every day. I'm going to change my diet. I'm going to read the Bible. I'm going to gain a deeper understanding. I'm going to learn about my own history. I'm going to learn a new skill or ability. I'm going to change who I hang around. I'm going to start changing how I think, what I consume. I'm going to educate myself. Sometimes you might need to go to cold turkey, but most times it's setting up your goals. Small, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, with the time frame. SMART goal. There's a path forward. The question is, will you take the path? Are you ready to take the path, or have you not hit bottom yet? Well, foundational Black Americans need to be in order, traveled hundreds of miles, maybe thousands of miles to get into another country? Is that when we'll wake up? Will we wake up when many more of us are dead because of a pandemic? Will we wake up when the mental health continues to erode our inner cities and crime, where again, somehow we birth these babies that we love, and by their early teens, they're on the street and now are menaces that those same parents who love them are now afraid of them. And they feel like they have no other options. That we expose them to the most destructive parts of Black culture. Accountability is important. And again, you don't have to wait until New Year's. You can decide to change right now and understand you're not going to make a perfect step every time. The question is how do you recover when you misstep? If you fall, you're going to turn back around and go the other way? Or are you just going to lay there? Or are you going to get back up, dust yourself off, and continue forward on your journey? See, that's what we need. That's what you need. That's what your kids need. And if you're unwilling to do that, you're going to find that your kids are going to suffer for it. Other people's kids are going to suffer for it. But you can change today. You can start preparing for today. Remember, they're fleeing Haiti because their president was assassinated. They're fleeing Haiti because of, what was it, 7.5, 7.6 magnitude earthquake? Destroyed the region. If that happens here, are you ready? See, everyone's not fleeing Haiti, and everyone's not in a bad way in Haiti. How bad must it be that your option is to travel thousands of miles, risking life, health, and not guaranteed to be granted asylum and to be welcomed in? But it's worth the risk. What if they had prepared? What if they were like the Haitians that didn't have to leave? I told you we're doing our emergency preparedness series. And I continue to order things. This is one of our 92 servings of lunch and dinners. So we will be slowly building our storehouse of emergency uh, provisions. Here you just add water. This has a shelf life of up to 25 years. 11 great tasting and easy to prepare varieties: Italiano marinara pasta, creamy stroganoff, fettuccine alfredo, creamy chicken flavored rice, macaroni and cheese, cheesy broccoli rice, corn chowder, creamy potato soup, chicken flavored noodle soup, hearty vegetable chicken flavored soup, and chocolate pudding. 92 servings, right? So if that was just for myself, right? And this is just lunch and dinner. So I would probably go to maybe 2 meals a day. But what would that give me? 46 days of meals? A month and a half? And if that's all I had, that would give me a month and a half to gather more food, or hopefully things to start getting back to normal. At least an opportunity for resources to be brought in, where I'm not in a position where I have to stand in lines for hours every single day to get a ration for the day. That I can actually use my day building, rebuilding. So when you're ordering that pizza for the family at $50, ordering Uber Eats because you don't feel like cooking. Take a minute. Start building your supplies. See, I don't wanna have to go out and fight through whatever rations might be available. If you were watching the video on the border, you got to see some of that, right? They've got some bottled water there, they've got some rations, people are talking about they haven't eaten in days. At some point, Haiti will be rebuilt. And so, if you can get some like-minded individuals to come alongside you for when something happens so that you can work together to not only just survive, but to thrive, to not suffer while you're waiting for things to come back. Protection, first aid, growing food, being able to build, understanding how things work, being able to critically think, problem solve, follow steps, knowledge. I hear all the time that people are bored. There's so much for you to learn. To a ton of books on being prepared. Time is short, folks. While that was playing, I was kind of combing through Facebook. I guess there was a shooting down on 4th and Warren that carried over to East Bremerton, which means that they had to go across the bridge and continue shooting. This isn't Florida. It's not Texas. This isn't New York. This is Bremerton. It's not 2,000 miles away, 1,500 miles away, 1,200 miles away. It's a mile away. It's 2 miles away. It's 5 miles away. It's next door. You know, the hope is I was talking about religion earlier in the podcast I did earlier today on the church. You know, some people worship God and they believe. Some people don't really believe, but they worship God anyway, just in case. That insurance, right? I don't really believe, but man, just in case God is real, I better believe to a bit. Pray every now and then, ask for forgiveness every now and then, just so if it's real, I end up in heaven. I hope I end up in heaven. Now, well, I don't think that's gonna work out for you. I think the premise is correct, right? Hopefully, you don't need your car insurance, but you have it. Hopefully, I won't have to use emergency rations. But if it happens, then I have it. What would happen if you were sick or disabled? You had COVID, you were really sick when an earthquake hit, and you couldn't get around to the staging area to get food or water. Literally, sadly, may die in your home because you can't survive without water for more than 3 days. And so if you're cut off from water and you don't have that resource and you don't have anyone around you that's able or capable, and capable is a lot of things. Folks that aren't going to panic under pressure, people that don't know what to do. You ever hear those tough talkers that talk so tough, and then when the crisis happens, they're just totally lost, a deer in the headlights? So you don't know if you have that person amongst you because it's not going to manifest itself until the crisis happens. And you're going to need them to do their part, and they're not going to be capable to do so. So you have to get ready. You need to practice. You haven't been to the gun range in a while, you need to go. Go dust those weapons off. It's fun. Make sure you have a plan. Make sure your kids know the plan. Make sure they help you with the plan. Drill the plan. We were talking about it the other day when we had a teenager on the show, and she was saying, well, dad kind of takes care of that stuff. She really wasn't clear as to what the plan was. So when it happens, right, you're living life, you're having a good time, the emergency happens, and it's like, what do I do? How do uh, I don't know. The phones are down. Where are we supposed to meet? How are we supposed to get in contact with each other? Where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go out and go looking around? That person's out looking around, or are we supposed to go to the rally point? And we know there's a rally point. What's your plan? And again, if you think that people aren't charitable now, and times are hard, when it really gets hard, do you think they're going to be charitable then? When that water may be another day of life for them, but you didn't prepare and you want water, you need water. It's the harsh reality. Y'all got to get ready. Get ready. All right, let me get into this. All right, again, fair use. This is the Black Authority. As I said, be a little straight, harsh.
The voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically Black college university of higher education and learning in the entire cosmos. You're all here to join us. Although there are some of you who won't be joining us after tonight, and a bunch of you are sitting down there at the border, and let me tell you here, strap in tight, because what I got to say tonight is going to upset a lot of people, but it needs to be said. Now, I was one of the first people to talk about this story when it first came out here. I was one of the first people to go ahead and do that. And I got to tell you here, some folks, there's been a bit of misinformation that's gone out about it here. Let us be very, very clear. What's happening down there in Del Rio, Texas, and for those of you who are not aware, I was just showing you footage from it there. You are watching as literally tens of thousands of illegal aliens bum rushing the border. And before now, you know, you had a bunch of Latinos doing it and whatnot, but you found out that all this talk about open borders and all this talk about, oh, you can't hold them all back, all that talk went out the damn window when you saw a disproportionate number of them were Black. All of a sudden, that didn't happen anymore. And we are going to give you the 720 degrees, 10 tons of analysis you'll receive nowhere else. But down there in Del Rio, Texas, under a bridge, there they are. They've been coming up from Central and South America now for months, not even weeks, for months. And they've gathered out there. And I got to tell you folks that this microphone has been warning a lot of people about a lot of things for a long time now. And the truth of the matter is the numbers are not quite as skewed as people would like to think that they are. But I gave out a warning and I said, you know what? If this was a bunch of Haitians and Ghanaians and if that were the case, I'm telling you, boy, it wouldn't look like this. And folks were saying, but Jason, they are Haitians out there. Well, those are Black folk out there. And take a look at the situation. I was like, no, you don't get it. You think you get it, but you don't. let's be very, very clear. This situation here jumped off about Thursday, about 2 days ago. About 2 days ago, even though it started gathering a little bit before that. And let me tell you, it didn't take weeks or months. All you Biden butt kissers who have spent the better part of the last 9 months trying to explain away why it is that all the stuff that everybody else is getting, black folk can't get. And now, and I've been warning you the whole time that even where illegals are concerned, you ain't gonna be able to get the same thing. Even where the illegals are concerned, your so-called immigrants. I'm like, oh, no. The illegal alien policy ain't colorblind. Or anybody who doubted me. Or anybody who questioned the black media. Or anyone who attempted to dispute a word that I said. There it is on your screen. The indisputable, incontrovertible evidence of everything I said. When I said if they're black, they wouldn't make it this far. There it is. Oh no, there is no path to immigration. There is no what they're giving the Afghans. Oh no. I brought what took me so long here today? I brought everything here tonight. Oh no, you're not being given no buses to bring you in. No planes for you. Oh, well, they do have planes, all right. But the planes ain't used what you think they're going to be used for. Notice I've got story after story after story. This is confirmed. This is not Jason Black speaking. This is confirmed. Oh, all tens of thousands of Haitians sitting down there and whatnot. Oh, your black ass going back tonight. You're going back now. We're not going to, there's no path to citizenship. There's no lobby for you. You see your Congressional Black Caucus, including the coons on there, your coon immigrants ain't standing up for you. Everything I said, when I said if they're black, they never would have made it this far. And they didn't. And they didn't. They stopped their asses at the border and said, yeah, all those planes we just used, all those airplanes and aircraft we just used to bring in all those Afghans, the folks who Tucker Carlson called essentially white people, all those planes and trains we just used to bring them in, all those planes and boats. Yeah, now that we've emptied out the Afghans, we can load your ass up in it now. Got plenty of planes to take you out. Yeah, we got plenty of them. We just brought the Afghans in. Yeah, they're getting off, you getting on. They're getting off and you're getting on. I mean, they're talking about giving them the damn express ticket back to Haiti. And these folks came up through Central and South America and told themselves, don't worry, Kamala Harris and Sheila Jackson Lee got our backs. Oh man, the day of reckoning. The day of reckoning. But don't believe me, because some of the stuff I say is harsh. It's harsh. He's so harsh when he does. It's harsh. Well, you know what? Deportation is pretty damn harsh too. Especially when you were warned about it. Especially when you were told. There is nothing that I have said that has changed, not one iota. And some folks in the district to call in and whatnot, they better do that, they'll be banned. No, didn't change a word that I said, didn't change anything, not one syllable. Not a single syllable. And I've been telling you about this. We've been telling you about Joe Biden now since the 90s. And we've been talking specifically about this so-called immigration policy. He's talking about immigrants, he's talking about white folk and those who identify as white. That's who the hell he's talking about. And CNN, they had Rosa Flores. They had her down there with Aaron Burnett. Had her down there with Aaron Burnett down there in Del Rio, Texas. And the Latinos kind of feel some kind of way because they're like, well, damn, you know, we thought we had the game sewn up as far as that's concerned. We thought we had the game locked down, and it wasn't really like that. They thought they had the game locked down, and it turns out it wasn't really like that. Now, here's a video clip from CNN. I want you to see what Rosa Flores and Aaron Burnett said.
Tell me about the deteriorating conditions that you're seeing, and also as they process them, many of these people I know coming all the way from Haiti, what are they going to do, send most of them back?
That's exactly what DHS says, that they're going to be sending most of them back under Title 42, or that they are going to be in deportation proceedings. But I was at an NGO today.
Well, there you go. I mean, did you see how quick Rosa Flores said that? Did you see how fast she said that? Did you see how fast that just rolled off the tongue? Didn't get the Afghan treatment. You ain't getting none of that. I mean, it just rolled right off the tongue when she was asked about that.
As they process them,
the backup that they're dealing with here, that's why they're asking for more resources.
Right, and so tell me about the deteriorating conditions that you're seeing, and also as they process them, many of these people I know coming all the way from Haiti, what are they going to do, send most of them back?
That's exactly what DHS says, that they're going to be sending most of them back under Title 42, or that they are going to be in deportation proceedings. But I was at
So much for, you know, you can't deport all of these illegals. So much for that, man. So much for you don't have the resources, and ICE can't do that many people. Remember, that's what they've been saying about the Latins all this time. Oh, you can't deport all those people. There's too many to be able to remove. Remember, that's what they've been saying about the illegals from Mexico all this time. Well, you can't do that. There's too many of them. As soon as they showed up as a bunch of black folk, the Latinos are the ones sitting down there in Texas talking about, oh, no, we can get y'all out of here. It's the Latinos talking about, yeah, we can get y'all gone. No, plenty of room on these buses. Plenty of room. Oh, we got plenty of, we can get y'all back tonight. You don't even have to wait. We can get you on an overnight trip back tonight. The Haitian airport ain't got enough runways to handle as many planes we can send. We can get all of y'all loaded back up tonight. We can get a big-ass Carnival cruise ship and load everyone you niggas on it, and away you go. And it didn't take months and years, and it wasn't a bunch of hearings, and it didn't take any congressional committees. You didn't get one. You don't get a congressional committee. You don't get any hearings. You don't get any Congress people. You don't even get any support from where you are. Oh, the black Ayatollah is gripping the microphone tonight. Oh, people, I got so much to show you here. I got so much to show you because, you know, I wouldn't want anybody to be left out. So it's important that I show you that some of your so-called friends, some of the people you think are your so-called friends, some of the people that you think are down with you, some of your so-called buddies out there and whatnot, some of your so-called liberal friends who are always beating the drum for illegals, talking about their human rights. Oh, but they're relentless. The biggest mass manifestation of illegal aliens in American history aggregated in one place, and your biggest so-called advocates, oh man, the crickets chirping tonight in the Ocasio-Cortez household. Take a look at what the hell she's talking about. Oh man, Rikers Island, snacks and naps are toddlers' rights. This is on the day that the rest of the folk are talking about what's happening in Del Rio, Texas. Salt caps. Oh man, she's talking about salt, NDAAs. I introduced 7 amendments, including blocking specific U.S. weapons transactions. She's talking about weapons. Take a look at that. She's talking about weapons and grenade launchers. The green, here she's back with this Green New Deal crap. Ocasio-Cortez, all of a sudden you niggas on the border are invisible. This is what the black media does. I'm showing you. Where is she at? Oh, she don't see y'all. She doesn't see you. You know, she ain't gonna sit up there and try to throw on no black scent and whatnot. Ain't that right? Yeah, that disappeared pretty damn fast now, didn't it? That disappeared pretty damn fast. Well, maybe you got some other folks out here. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun on that. Let's go ahead and grab everybody's favorite bitch chick, vice president. She's supposed to be in charge of the border. She's supposed to be the border czar. So basically what they've done is they've dumped this failure right in her lap is what they've done. They dumped this failure squarely in her lap. That's what they did. Kamala Harris has found her ass hung out to dry, which is what I told everybody from day one. Because you notice the white media isn't using the words Joe Biden when they talk about the border crisis. They just keep saying the border, the border, the border. They deliberately keep refusing to say the name of the president. They keep refusing to put that in the headline. They just keep talking about the border, immigrants on the border, migrants on the border, border, chaos, border. Nothing about Biden's border crisis. Not outside of Fox News, not a word. And then they're gonna blame it on Kamala, and she now realizes, oh hell, I'm the fall guy, fall gal, all Punjabi. Now, in her case, she thought she was gonna be a little slick. She thought she was going to be a little different. She's talking about the damn Voting Rights Act. You go down a little bit further here, she's talking about the Congressional Black Caucus. And if you go down a little bit further here, now she's talking about immigrants. Now, on the 16th and 17th, you see talking about this is our opportunity to show what a nation should be. So they're talking about abortion because that's the most important thing to them, making sure you don't have so many black babies. And then this is all she had to say about what's happening on the damn border. She literally only put out 2 tweets. 2 tweets. One from Joe Biden, and then one half-ass thing she did herself. And that's it. Not a word about Del Rio, Texas. Just some really strange thing open to interpretation about, oh, you know, we're a country of... First of all, we're not a country of immigrants. But second of all, take a look at that there. She's ducking and dodging and deflecting too. Just some really weird, vague statement about the country is stronger with immigrants, which is not true. And that's it. On to the Congressional Black Caucus. So she's hiding for cover behind them. She's getting her ass beat about immigrants, and now subject change. Congressional Black Caucus. You can't beat me over here now. Can't put my hands over here now. That's your vice president. Well, you know what? I mean, you know, it really is a badass time for you to be a Haitian sitting down there in Texas right now. It sure is a bad time for you to be a Haitian sitting in Texas. You know, it's too bad you don't have, I don't know, a black immigrant congressperson serving in the state of Texas. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's one. I found one. Whoa, took me a couple of minutes. I had to go digging through my files as I'm doing the program here right now. But, oh, what do you know? You all have benefited from having the black media here. It just so happens that there is a black representative in Texas, a black representative of immigrant background in Texas, right at the time that Haitians need one the most. Yeah, you know what's coming next, don't you? Oh, she's concerned, all right. She got plenty of concerns. Keep out virus, keep out Haitians. Oh, Sheila Jackson Lee is fully active on this. Oh, take a look at this. Afghanistan. She's ready for that. Now, don't worry. She does talk about them. We're going to get to that in just a few moments here. We're going to get to that in just a few moments. But, oh, we're talking about Afghanistan because, by the way, Joe Biden blew up a bunch of civilians in Afghanistan. And the media is just trying to cover this damn voter act thing. That's what they're worried about because they're worried about 2022. And right now, they really need to be. Veronica Escobar is talking about an abortion ban. Haitians out there in the hot sun dying, abortion bans. That's what they're worried about. Well, what do you know? Why you finally get Sheila Jackson, you finally can figure out where she's talking about what's happening to them. What does she have to say? The refugees that have fled to Del Rio are human beings fleeing the most desperate circumstances. violence, extreme poverty, and political oppression. Now, you notice what she didn't say. She didn't say, open your hearts, open your doors, and open your wallets. She just is stating the obvious. Well, they're on the run from something bad. Go back here a little bit earlier. We must have compassion and empathy for these desperate families, women and children. We are a nation of immigrants and refugees. No, we're not. Black people in America, descendants of slaves, the indigenous people, we are not immigrants. You are an immigrant, Sheila Jackson Lee. We are not immigrants. You are. You are a nation of immigrants and refugees who fled to the shores of America for a better life. Once again, notice what she didn't say. She didn't say, and by the way, they can stay. Did you notice she's not saying that? As the Statue of Liberty reminds us, those very immigrants have helped make America a better nation. I encourage the federal government to allocate more resources to process these refugees. Now, in case you didn't notice, that is exactly congruent and consistent with what Joe Biden says he intends to do. Remember?
Right. And so tell me about the deteriorating conditions that you're seeing, and also as they process them, many of these people I know coming all the way from Haiti, what are they going to do? Send most of them back?
That's exactly what DHS says, that they're going to be sending most of them back under Title 42, or that they are going to be in deportation proceedings. But I was at
people, that is completely consistent with what the Department of Homeland Security and Joe Biden have said. Completely consistent. We want to have compassion. We want to have empathy as we get here. And we are going to load you on these planes with compassion and empathy and understanding. That's exactly what we're going to do. Absolutely. We sure are. We are going to load your asses up on these planes and these boats to send you back to Port-au-Prince with as much compassion and empathy as we can muster. Folks, for those of you who understand legal speak, you understand you don't listen to what a person says, listen to what they didn't say. At no point did she say you're not going back. She said compassion and empathy, and she's sitting here, well, we would have liked to keep small, but we couldn't do that there. So, it was impossible. I talked to Joe Biden, and we're working on that. They've been deporting Haitians now since Biden got in office. Latinos can stay, the Asians can stay, the Afghans can stay, Black folk, Haitians and Africans, oh no, all of them are getting bounced back. All the Black folk who said that Biden would be different from Trump. All you butt-kissing, bootlicking niggas, the reason y'all are so quiet for the last 9 months is because you're like, yeah, everything you said, you got proven to be a straight ass on. Everything you said, you've been proven to be a straight ass on. It ain't even nothing nice. It ain't even nothing nice. But even if you don't have, you're not citizens, so you don't have any government representation, I understand that. But even if you don't have that, at least, it's unfortunate that at least you don't even have someone of Haitian descent in the media, somebody of immediate Haitian ancestry in the media who could sympathize and empathize and grab the microphone and speak up on your behalf. It's very unfortunate. And what you really need to have a loudmouth. I mean, let's just say right now, you need a loudmouth nigga is what you need. You need a loudmouth fella who don't give a damn. He's used to shooting off his mouth and will speak up for you. But unfortunately, someone of Haitian descent who can do that. But unfortunately, you don't have that. You don't have that. Unfortunately, you don't have that. And it's a shame that you don't have that. You don't have that. You don't have, wait a minute. Oh, you do have that. You wouldn't know by going to his Twitter. You wouldn't know by going to his YouTube. Because you see, he's been campaigning for that White House press secretary job now for the last 9 months. And even in what's happening in Del Rio, Texas, yeah, the radio silence. But by the way, you wouldn't know that this dude was of Haitian descent and was a loudmouth in the media from what you've been seeing in the last 72 hours. You wouldn't know that. He's done had plenty of smart-ass comments. Ain't had very much to say about Del Rio, Texas, because he would have to light a straight flamethrower under Joe Biden's senile Alzheimer-ridden ass is what he'd have to do. Oh no, brothers and sisters from around the world, tonight's program, fully stacked, fully loaded. Bowling Ball Martin. Well, when you go to his Twitter page, first of all, look at this nigga's arms. The size of his head, the size of the rest of him, looks like a Mr. Potato Head doll, a walking potato head doll. In any case, this is what he's talking about. Voting and reproductive rights. First of all, ain't no woman trying to reproduce with you, Roland. This should be the last damn thing on your mind. He's sitting up here trying to sucker talk some females. Dude, ain't no females trying to reproduce with you. No way. Dead. That's exactly what your account is. Ilhan Omar. So here he is, folks. 20 hours ago, his people are sitting down there on the border roasting like shish kebabs. He ain't covering it. Benjamin Crump. Okay, he's got better things to do. Better things to do. Oh, don't worry. I've gone through the whole timeline. I'm slow walking this. I want you to see it step by step so nobody can sit up here and say we mischaracterize anything. Oh, no, we're going to slow walk it. We're going to slow walk it tonight. Let this be your consolation and your comfort down there on the border. The Haitian folk in New York who've been big up in him and kissing his ass. The Haitian folk in Florida who've been big up in him and kissing his ass. Let this be your comfort. because we told you that he was just a bootlicking ass-kissing shill for the Democrats, and you've been sitting up here caping for him. Now you get to feel the heat and suffer for it because the person you were depending on to be your voice ain't speaking for you. All he wants to talk about are masks and abortions. You down there on the damn border talking about, hey, can we get some of this Latino illegal alien love? Rolling like, he done got it on. He's pulled up the ladder behind himself. He's like, okay, I'm good. The rest of y'all, get it how you live. Everything on here about vaccines, Maxine, abortions. I mean, boy, I'm telling you, away he goes. Away he goes. Take a look at it, folks. Now, he's added some more stuff here since the day began, talking about alumni, so all this boule crap. Take a look at my sorority, take a look at my fraternity, and take a look at what they're talking about. Take a look at it. More, you can see who butters his butter biscuits. You can see who pays his bills. You can see who he's pandering to. He is sitting up here spending day and night promoting the administration's agenda, not a black agenda. So you can see who he is beholden to. You can see it. He's so desperate hoping somebody will sit up here and give him a job at a real damn network. He's sitting up here, the battle of the damn bands. All you Haitians on the border, by the way, Roland Martin is giving us wall-to-wall coverage. By the way, he showed up here in person, didn't he? Where's the damn picture at? Yeah. You big fat damn hockey ass nigga. He showed up at the stands for this. He didn't show up in Ferguson. He didn't show up in New York for Eric Garner. He didn't even show up in Charlottesville for Unite the Right. He didn't even go up the street. He's in D.C. and didn't even go up the street to Baltimore during the uprisings behind Freddie Gray. But they had some free hot dogs in the stands, and there he was with two young ladies held hostage behind him. He's probably blocking the way to leave the stadium. Yeah, he found his damn way out there. So he never goes to cover black uprisings. But this nigga showed they found a way to get the popcorn and the hog maws and chitlins, and he figured out a way to get to the stadium to give you wall-to-wall, blow-by-blow coverage of the game. Now that he did do. There he is. There you go. There you go. He's giving you wall-to-wall, back-to-back, blow-by-blow coverage of the game. Forget the riots, forget the white supremacists, forget the uprisings, forget the police. This nigga's auditioning to be Stephen A. Smith at ESPN. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Pass the drumstick. And I'm not talking about for the band. He's looking for a turkey leg and a wing. And that ring is big as his head. So we're going on down here and whatnot. And by the way, critical race theory, back to more drugs. You can see whose agenda he's promoting. Back to more drugs. Back to more drugs. To take a look at his agenda. Back to more drugs. Rolling Stone and 500 best songs of all time. His people are sitting down there on the border. Folks, I want you to understand, his people are sitting on the border. Many of these are his people, not all of them. Not all of them, but a good number of them thought that they were going to show up with the Latinos and be ushered in across the border, and it didn't work. And old Roland is like, yeah, ain't really got time to talk about y'all right now. We got more important things for us to discuss right now. Like, yeah, LeVar Burton, will he be the host of Jeopardy? Yeah, we got important things to discuss, like defending the previous administration. We got important things to discuss. Folks, take a look at how long we're going on here. More about everybody needs to get some drugs. Herd immunity. Everybody needs to get some drugs. There you go. He's showing you what it is that he's concerned about. This is what he's concerned about. Now, they're talking about failures on the border in 2019. What about 2021? What about 2021? Back to abortion. Take a look at that. They're only concerned about abortion. He wants to argue with Jason Whitlock now. Two big fat coons arguing, no thanks. If you're sitting down there on the border right now, all I can say, if you're a Haitian sitting out there in the hot sun roasting, you can see the steam coming off your skin and you thinking, damn, I wish one of our people was in the media up there to speak up for us. Yeah, he got better things to talk about. He's got better things to talk about than what's going on with you. So, yeah, you don't have anything. You don't have anything. Nothing at all. Oh, look at this here. Low drugs. Roland is just hoping that one of these pharmaceutical companies will give him something. Oh, what do you know? Finally, now, by the way, this clip here, you wouldn't even know that this is about Del Rio, Texas. You wouldn't even know it was. You wouldn't even know it's about Del Rio, Texas because it doesn't say, Roland doesn't say so, the person who's retweeting doesn't say so. Doesn't even really say it here in the original tweet. But by the way, you wouldn't have known that was it. You wouldn't have known, that was all, that was it. That was it. Notice he's not saying a word. Not a word, everything is just weird and vague. I'm going on down so you can see, by the way, does he ever actually mention them? Steady talking about viruses, not a word about his damn people, though. Not a word about his people there. This is, he's high on the hog, y'all. He's high on the hog, but, he's put to the floor. You need a vaccine. Oh, look at this, all right. Immigrant babble. Immigrant babble is what we doing. Folks, do you see how far down I'm going? Do you see how far down I'm going? We're back to the 17th. Shouldn't he be saying something? Now we're back to he's reposting stuff on the 15th. Folks, take a look for yourselves. You take a look for yourselves. He's talking about folks fighting in New York. His folks fighting on the border, not a word. Oh, he's talking about Texas finally. Oh yeah, more of you need to get vaccinated. That's what he's concerned about in Texas. On the same day that everybody was talking about the migrants in Del Rio, this is what Roland is talking about. This is what Roland's talking about. Coons dance. That's what they do. That's it. Don't even need a reason. Just start bopping. Voter ID, because he wants to show Biden that he can be influential in getting him to vote. Keep on going here about the Star Spangled Banner, talking about national anthems. His folk down there on the border. His folk are down there on the border getting that work from ultraviolet radiation. Roland ain't got much to say for y'all. Ain't got much to say. Take a look, folks. This is why I'm walking you through this slowly. I'm slow walking you through this so you can see, by the way, Roland, he's looking out for white women, wants to make sure they're all right. So Roland is making sure the white women are okay. Now his people, not so much. He doesn't have time to cover y'all. Roland doesn't have time to see about y'all. He doesn't have time to speak up for you. Roland doesn't have the time to speak up for any of y'all out here roasting to the oldies, baking in the hot sun. No, he's got more important people to see about. He's got more important people to see about. While y'all out there cooking like Hot Pockets, he's got more important folk to take care of, not you. He's got to look after the real important people. And this young woman, unfortunately, it appears she's not even alive anymore. Roland wants to make sure he stays on top of that. He's taking care of the important things, still fighting and arguing about Trump. With all due respect, Trump's not in office, she's not alive. The Haitians down there on the border, he's not saying a word about them. Folks he can't do nothing for, he's speaking on. And the people he actually probably could do a little something, he ain't saying a word about it. Oh, look, a story out of Texas, El Paso shooter who killed 23 people in 2019. Roland's people sitting out there in the hot sun, sweating like slaves in Alabama. Not a word from him. January 6th, he's talking about that. Folks, do you see what the hell happened here? Do you see how far you can go back? Take a look at how far back we're going. Roland ain't got a hell of a lot to say. So what does that tell you? If the administration and the media ain't gonna pay me, I ain't worried about it. Take a look at how far back I'm going. Now, here's Roland's tweet, and this is Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick of Texas. And notice, not a word about Del Rio. Even Roland's not mentioning Haitians.
Flip-flop in the issue, said we're there to help you. And then we found out that Border Patrol did not have permission from Homeland Security or the president. And so they came out and said, no, we didn't say we needed any help. We didn't say that. So the Biden administration or someone in the administration flip-flop in the issue. Texas did not take a back step. They asked for help and we were going to help. Let me tell you something, Laura, and everyone watching. The revolution has begun, a silent revolution by the Democrat Party and Joe Biden to take over this country. Tomorrow is Constitution Day. And folks, if you haven't read it, you need to read Article 4, Section 4 very quickly. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union and shall protect each of them against invasion and domestic violence and guarantee a Republican form of government. We need every state, every red state, because the blue ones won't do it, to send and invoke Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution to tell the president that we are being invaded. Now, invasion, properly defined by most, says it's an unauthorized, uninvited, unwelcome incursion in your territory or property.
I find it very interesting, these people who love to try out the Constitution, the very same people who trample the rights, the constitutional rights of Black citizens. The state of Texas is one of the chief offenders on the planet of violating the constitutional rights of Black people, Black citizens of America. And then somebody wants to jump out when it's to their convenience and waive the Constitution and talk about the Constitution, while their daily course of business is to violate the rights of Black people. Violate our constitutional rights is just business as usual.
This is not authorized by the state of Texas. It's not welcomed by the state of Texas or any other Republican state that I know, and they're not invited. And so every red state should invoke this clause now because every red state is being impacted and the blue states apparently don't care. Laura, when I say a revolution has begun, they are allowing this year probably 2 million, that's who we apprehend, and maybe another million into this country. At least in 18 years, even if they all don't become citizens before then and can vote in 18 years, if every one of them has 2 or 3 children, you're talking about millions and millions and millions of new voters. And they will thank the Democrats and Biden for bringing them here. Who do you think they're going to vote for? So this is...
And this is all that Roland Martin had to say about that. This is it right here on your screen. You can see it. This is what he had to say about that. Didn't even use the words Del Rio, Texas. Absolutely didn't say Haitians. Didn't say anything. Do you see how far down I scrolled to finally get him to directly reference it? And that's all he said. That means he knows that if he lights into this like he's supposed to, he would have to be burning Joe Biden's ass on the candle on both ends. He has flatly refused to do so. Roland Martin has told the Haitian population, y'all on your own. And if Roland doesn't think that you're worth defending, well, I don't know how you're going to depend on the rest of us to care more than Roland does. I don't know how you would do that. And by the way, if you keep going on down here, more talk about vaccines. Nicki Minaj, Donald Trump, vaccines. Folks, he gave one retweet about his people and kept it pushing. He gave one retweet and kept it pushing. And that's it. Take a look. I'm going on down. Oh, no, I'm not sitting up here abbreviating nothing. I'm going on down. I'm going on down. One little old retweet and that's your ass. He spends day and night talking about Texas, talking about Texas, 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 talking about Texas, Texas, Texas. He loves Texas, talking about Texas, Texas, Texas. Haitians out there, he don't know no Texas. Never heard of it. Maybe you think that I am giving it short shrift. No. Nope. Go to Roland Martin's YouTube channel. Oh, people I know, if you're a Roland Martin fan, if you're a Biden butt kisser, if you're a Kamala suck-up, I know right now you feeling squeamish and squirming. You just feel embarrassed for yourself, and you should feel embarrassed. You have been a reprehensible individual. You've been a coward, and you've been a fool. Everybody who's been backing Roland, Biden, Harris, I know right now you're feeling 3/4 of extra stupid because the folk that you've been backing won't even back their people, much less you. So guess who the biggest dummy in the room is? You go to Roland Martin's YouTube page, go ahead, folks. I'll take it slow for you. But you know I've already checked it. With his YouTube following, is he using that to sound the alarm about the border and to make an issue about it? Hell no. It's wall to wall what the Democrats told him. It's all about vaccines, voting, and abortion. And that is it. Who will be Atlanta's next mayor? That's it. They told him, nigga, don't you talk about no damn borders. Don't you talk about that. Across the board. This is your Haitian media representation out there. This is it. So if you want to know how it is that you turned around and right after you got there, you're going to be on the first thing with wings, with a rowboat, with oars, back where you're going. You don't have anything. You don't have nothing. And now, the next comments that I'm about to make, I'm speaking solely for myself. I do not speak on behalf of the rest of the new black media because they might not agree with what I'm about to say next year. So I got to stand on my own too. And if I lose a bunch of folk here tonight, if they agree, I mean, I'm not here to speak for anybody else. Props to Professor Black Truth, Tariq, I don't know where they stand, but let me tell you where I stand on this. As I look around and as I've sat behind this microphone for over a decade, telling the prophecies about what was going to happen if people didn't listen, talking about Pan-Africanism for over a decade and Pan-Africanism taking root in America, but never finding fertile ground outside of America's shores with the sole exception of Great Britain. In the Caribbean, Hispaniola, Central America, South America, our call at Africa itself, our pleas for Pan-Africanism have fallen on deaf ears. And I am beyond the point of telling people, hold your own passports. I'm beyond that point now. At this point right now, I am telling you, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. We're all good here. We don't need any more of you. You have made it abundantly clear that we are not all on the same page when it comes to white supremacy. Let me say this more concretely and more directly if that was a bit too vague for you. If what I just said was a little bit too vague and too cryptic, let me say it more directly. The spirit of Dessalines and Louverture is dead in Haiti. And I'm not going to pretend about it anymore. It is dead. And until it's resurrected, we don't need any more members and refugees from failed states moving in among us. You've been playing this game of you're our color and our kind now for decades. They show up from everywhere, from Cuba, from Mexico, from Puerto Rico, from Haiti, from the Dominican Republic, from Jamaica, all over the world they come here. And when they walk in the door, they're telling bada bada is bada bada. And as soon as they find little Haiti, little Cambodia, little Nigeria, they get together and start plotting against us and separating themselves. I have yet to this day, speaking on Haiti specifically, the truth of the matter is you have some of the darkest skinned women in the world who come from Haiti, and I have yet to find one who has not been ravaged by zaddy. The second she gets off the boat, she goes looking for a zaddy to snuggle up with and slave play with. That's how much Pan-Africanism means to them. I ain't buying it. So at this point right now, I'm good. No, it's not enough. No. You're not just on your own. We don't need you. Let me just say this outright in no uncertain terms. We have extended the olive branch of Pan-Africanism now for decades, and you have roundly refused it. Anybody who's been to Florida and been to the Haitian communities there knows full damn well they ain't with us. No, you're not just on your own. Who goes there? We don't know you. I'm not going to be cryptic or vague tonight. Let me say this directly. Who goes there? Because we don't know you. Y'all have been playing this game forever. You've been playing this game forever. And I am speaking to the Haitians, the Muslims, Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, the Dominicans. I'm speaking to the Africans. I'm speaking to everyone across the board. You have been playing this game where you sit up here, you coon where you're from, you try to play black to get in the door, to get our support. As soon as you get here, you show us your straight ass. Enough. Not playing the game with you anymore. The game is over. Lock the damn doors. Board up the gates. You wanted to take a trip? You will take one now. And maybe if we allow the consequences of your decisions not to accept Pan-Africanism, not to accept the deal, not to accept uniting with us, that you're going to be your own little secret enclaves, and that was going to be sufficient to protect you, that while we, the descendants of the slaves and the indigenous people, do all the heavy lifting, we're going to do the heavy lifting. You can just sit here and freeload and grift. No. So maybe if enough of you get deported lightning fast and get gentrified the hell out of Florida and New York, maybe then you'll get your asses whipped enough that you recognize that the game is over. But I'm saying it in no uncertain terms. I'm not saying hold your own bags. I'm saying carry your ass. Is that direct and straight enough? Carry your ass. No, we don't need to open the doors to any more of you. No, we don't need to argue that, well, they let in the Latinos, so, they should have more black folks, because you all don't identify nor move like we move. No, we don't need to expend any more energy assisting you, because this isn't a mutually beneficial relationship. No, it's not. No, it's not. And just like I warned the black folks in Atlanta when Section 8 was ending, just like I warned them there that you're going to see thousands of folks standing out in the sun suffering, here it is. The day of reckoning is here. How did Jason Black respond on that day? On that day, I said, for our people. And you all have had every opportunity to unite with us now going on for decades. And all you have done is come here, unite in your own little isolated enclaves, chase as much non-black sexual access as you can. I'm referring to both the males and the females. White supremacy has never been a concern. White supremacy has never been an enemy. Matter of fact, y'all talk as bad about the black folk who helped you get here as you do anybody else. No, enough of that. Pull up the damn gangplank. Pull up the drawbridge. Enough. Enough. You're on your own now. And by on your own, I mean you're heading back one-way ticket home. Get back over there in Haiti and do what black folk in America, before all these immigrants started coming here, do what we did. Do what we did then and what we do now. We take to the streets, we rise up. And now it's time for you to do the same. All the cowards and coons who come fleeing from their various cesspools and sit up here and want to sit over here and then talk crap about us when they're sitting in the lap of luxury that we have provided for them and they do nothing to contribute to it. No, you're good where you at. Get back over there in Port-au-Prince. Get back over there. Get on back over there and go celebrate Carnival or whatever. Get on back over there and go fight for your freedom like we fought for it here. Y'all gonna wait till all the fighting is over and then come swaggering your way in the door, sauntering in after we've done all the work. And then some say, oh, brother, we are just looking for a better life. Get back over there and go make a better life the way that Dessalines and L'Ouverture did. Get back over there and make a better life. That's your damn home soil, and you think so little of it. Black people in America have a higher regard for Haiti and Jamaica and the Bahamas than the people who come from there. We have a higher regard for Barbados than the people who come from there. We have a higher regard for Nigeria and Liberia than the people who come from there because they're all fleeing. We're the ones who talk about the greatness of the history of Haiti and all these places, but their sons and daughters are fleeing as fast as they can. We're the only ones who talk about Haitian history with reverence. We're the only ones who talk about the majesty of Marcus Mosiah Garvey with reverence. Jamaica never did. Truth be told, still don't now. Kiss my ass, Nicki Minaj. We're the only ones who carry the banner for those people. You ain't never seen nobody in Haiti make a groundbreaking documentary about the uprising. You never seen any of them do that, and you never will. Because we are the ones who have done the necessary work of lionizing the history of black people, because we've been seeing Haitians as, quote, black people like us. Enough. Until they decide they're going to pick up the banner of Pan-Africanism, I'm putting it down. I am not going to start stomping heavy for immigrants until they get on the same foot with the rest of us. Up until now, their anti-black sentiment has been off the damn charts. It has been off the damn scales. Whether it's a restaurant, a car dealership, or anything else, their anti-black sentiment has been off the damn scales. You don't have a Geiger counter big enough to measure it. And now you're going to sit up here and we know what's coming next. Well, we all need to get together here. Humanitarianism. No, I ain't got no heart for this. You've had decades to reciprocate. And I ain't got no empathy right now. I ain't got none. Check back with me in 50 years. We'll see how it goes. I ain't got none for you right now. Compassion, I'm all compassion now. Hop on this plane. I am compassionately going to buckle you into your seat on this plane. But enough of this trick bag. And don't get mad at me. You can't be mad at me. Don't you dare try to get mad at me, because your folk ain't saying nothing. Before you try to get mad at me, you better go talk to your people. Go get them to stomp for you. No, you're not going to sit up here and get the indigenous black folk to sit up here and carry the banner for you. The descendants of the slaves, we did our time. We're not sitting up here and transferring what we earned over to you. No, get your folk to sit up here and stomp for you if you can. But see, here's the problem. Oh, man, am I about to get in major trouble tonight? I'm about to get every type of trouble there is. You see, there's a bunch of y'all who come from backstabbing cultures. Mic drop. You see, there's a bunch of y'all who come from backstabbing cultures. You come from cultures where it's just the norm for people to mess each other over. This is why you got all them bastard baby. Oh, man, am I going there? This might be the last broadcast of the Black Channel you ever hear. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it. This might be the last broadcast of the Black Channel any of you ever hear. I hope you enjoyed it. It's been a great decade. I love you. It's been great. This might be the last one. This might be the last one. You see, y'all come from places where chicks are sitting up here carrying 5 and 6 babies by 5 and 6 different niggas. Don't nobody know who the daddy is. Nobody's asking and whatnot. The kids looking all strange and bug-eyed and wide-eyed and whatnot because the inbreeding is off the damn chain. All up there in New York. Oh, boy. Man. All right. I guess I'm gonna go in. Might as well go all the way in. You know, y'all folks come from these places, the folks with them Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, and your sexual histories and your sexual behaviors are downright disgusting and reviling. And then you found a place like, oh, hell, can I get you to go ahead and shut it down? The housing projects in New York and whatnot, notorious biggie. Oh, boy, am I. That's it. Tonight's broadcast probably gonna be the last one. Probably gonna be it. I'm saying too damn much. Probably gonna be it. This is probably gonna be it for me tonight. This will probably be the last one. Probably won't be allowed to do the one. Okay, I might as well go out with a bang. New York, Florida, California, y'all come over here and you bring these disgusting habits with you. You didn't leave them where you were. You bring them right over here with you. The drugging, the thugging, the thug-loving, the slutting, you bring it all over here with you. All the failed habits, the failed personal habits, and the failed cultural habits that you had over there, you bring all that trash over here with you. And then you want to sit up here and talk about black unity with us. You only want to discuss black unity when it's to your advantage. When there's a zaddy in the room, you ain't trying to hear about no black unity. When there's a zaddy nearby. When there's some white girls nearby, boy, I'm telling you, want to see a Haitian flip out quick? Bring some white girls in the room. Hey, get back here, man. I'll show you what we do. Man. I know what to do with that, baby. I know what to do with that. But you all come from backstabbing cultures. You come from places of treachery. Oh, got to say it. You have a centuries-long culture of treachery. And that is why you are not surprised to hear that you can't get no backup from your people. That's why you're not surprised to hear it. Oh, I said it, but you're not surprised. You're not the least bit surprised to hear that you ain't got no backup from your own folks over here because y'all ain't got each other's backs over there. So what you are depending upon is the culture of black unity among the descendants of the slaves, the foundation. You are depending upon that culture of black unity that we created right here. You're depending on that. You're counting on that to hold you down. Y'all don't even have a culture of unity within your own enclaves. Anybody who's watched the first 48 knows that. Damn, did I just call it out? Just called it out. Last broadcast. This will be it. Anybody who's seen the last 48, you know. Anyone who's seen the last 48, you know. They go down there to the pork and beans. They grab some Haitians, been shooting at each other and whatnot. They put that nigga in the room. All they got to do is give his ass a Dr. Pepper and some fries, and he's telling on every damn body. That's it. Give him a cigarette and a McGriddle. He's sitting there smoking, chewing, and snitching. You can't enforce a no snitching policy down there. You can't do it. Ain't gonna happen. And that's the damn truth. You can't have no organized crime because everybody's snitching. You can't enforce it because that's what they do. The hoes come over here and try to run some child support, but you snitching on him, but he ain't got no money, so there's nothing to get. I tried to warn you. Oh, we got a bunch of them hating in the chat room and whatnot right now. You can be as mad as you damn well want to be, but that's what I'm saying tonight is the damn truth. Because if it were untrue, you would be running things where you're from. I'm talking about all them places. I'm not just talking about Haiti. I'm talking about Haiti and Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic and Barbados and the Caribbean and Central America and South America. What you all are lacking isn't an economy. What you're lacking is a code. And even to the extent that I wish ours were better, let me just tell you, when it comes to having a code of conduct, those of us who come from American slaves, descendants of the slaves, and the indigenous people, we got y'all whooped going backwards, roundabout in circles. That is it. You don't have to like foundational Black Americans, but that is it. We have something resembling a code. When we created rap music, I said that. When we created rap music, everybody couldn't get in. You had to have street credibility. And if your street credentials were fraudulent, you were definitely liable to get booed, probably liable to get beat up and maybe shot if you was out here false flagging. In come the immigrants. Once again, Biggie Small, got to tell the truth. When we talked about gangster rap out of LA and whatnot, the dudes who said they was in the streets like that, for the most part, they had to be in the streets like that. In come the immigrants, Biggie Smalls, I used to sling rocks in front of the building, his own mama, folks. Snitching, okay, so I'm gonna be wrong if I say this though. So I'll be wrong if I say this, I'm wrong. I'm wrong if I actually admit to this and say this. You're gonna say it's wrong with me. Now, it's not wrong that it happened. You're gonna say it's wrong for me for pointing out. Biggie's own mama said him out. Wasn't I just talking about that culture just a few moments ago? Biggie's mama didn't even hold the line for him. She got there in front of the camera. My son was never a drug dealer. He never did none of those things. My son never did that. Mama, man got records to sell. No, he never did that. No. That's not true. He made it all up. His own mama said him out. He couldn't even get his mama to stop long enough for him to get the damn bag. She said on TV, nope, he never did it. You think she gonna make it through the interrogation room in the first 48? You think she's gonna make it? Oh, but I'm wrong if I say it though. Okay, I'm wrong if I say it. Though. If I point that out, I'm wrong. I'm wrong though. If I sit up here and bring you the empirical documented evidence, you're gonna say I'm wrong for saying that. Okay. No, we don't get down like y'all get down. We don't do that. Before y'all came over here and diluted the formula, we had standards. We had a code. Hell yeah, we were like La Cosa Nostra. Before y'all came over here and started putting putting too much damn water in the damn mix. We had a code. It was only when these new niggas showed up that all of a sudden we couldn't keep the code straight no more. These new niggas showed up and started infiltrating and we couldn't keep the code together. We sitting up here and bring them in. And then next thing you know, we can't keep it together. We bring them in and he talking about, oh, he with us and whatnot. No, he black like us. We bring him in and next thing you know, niggas is snitching. Niggas is getting told on. Niggas is getting sent to jail. Ain't nothing right. Yeah, and then you lose the ability to punish them because you see, they got their own little cultural enclave. So after they've come over here and messed up what we got and destroyed what we got and blew up what we got, they get to go run back to their community now. So they exit where the real players are, and then they get to go back to their phony ass, backstabbing ass cultural background on the block where they from. That's what they get to do. No, we good. No, we're good. No, we don't need any. We got no more call for any more. No, we done. We don't need anybody else. We're not trying to make no new friends. No new friends, no new associates. We're good. Kindly take yourself back to your point of origin. You all were sitting up here big up and Biden so much. You know what? I think that's a grand idea. From here on in, if you need any further assistance, call your buddy Joe Biden. But do not ring our phone. We are out of the save an immigrant business. We're out of it. Nope. All those resources need to be right here. Cut the check. I'm probably going to get in every type of trouble there is tonight, but let the chips fall where they may. Let them fall where they may. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief non-commercial break. I don't know. I might not be back from this one. The people might come and get me. They might cut me off. I can't tell you what's going to happen after this. I can't tell you how it's going to go. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and try for it anyway. We're going to try for it anyway. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal or Cash App. Thank you very much to my man, Mark B. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that. Wadey, thank you very much. We see you over there. And definitely a big thanks here to my man, Vinny. Benny V, thank you very much. Brother, I see you out there. You're doing the most. It's for the truth, it's for my people. It's what it's got to be. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, this story and more. This is the Black Channel.
Within us is a powerful spirit, a God-given spirit. It's a spirit that empowers us to oppose demonic white supremacy, a spirit that motivates us to eradicate racist lies with Black truth. This spirit was alive during the rebellion of 1811. The spirit catapults us towards righteous justice. This is the spirit our opponents fear. Is the spirit of 1811 alive in you? Visit us at spiritoff1811publishing.com. Buy our novel, War of the Heart, on sale today at Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Spirit of 1811 Publishing. Our story, our family.
Are you tired of being overcharged and forced into paying a monthly subscription for your Mac and Windows software? Well, if you are, currently we're having a 50% off discount on all the latest Mac and Windows software, such as AutoCAD, SolidWorks, Photoshop, Microsoft Office, and much more. Our 50% off discount will be ending soon, so be sure to text us Need Software to 818-208-1901. That's 818-208-1901. We aim to please, so expect 24/7 technical support. The latest premium software, instant software links delivered to your email, and PayPal's buyer's protection guarantee.
What's up, y'all? It's Jay, and I'm introducing a brand new message with you today. SixZeros.net. What is Six Zeros, you ask? Most of the space we have to talk about all things Black culture, whether it's sports, music, science, technology, what have you. It's our safe space. We funded it, we created it, we moderated it, and we're stomped down and making sure it stays by us and for us. We're giving away 4 gift cards, $100 to the poster with the most likes, $50 to the poster with the most posts, and $25 to 2 runner-ups. I would love to see you there on SixZeros.net. See you soon.
As a bold, Black, beautiful woman, you need to keep your beauty polished. We understand you are busy building your empire. And so we bring you what you need to your doorstep at the click of a button. Beautify Beauty Delivery Service delivers your products within 2 hours, guaranteed. Subscribe for a flat fee and enjoy numerous benefits like faster delivery, beauty guides, free delivery, and exclusive deals. Go to www.beautifydelivery.com and get your shine on.
Subscribe to Beautify Delivery today. Get your beauty supplies delivered to your door in under 2 hours.
My name is Black Ice, and I'm Keith, and we're the Black Narrative. We are a Black First Hebrew Israelite channel on YouTube that broadcasts live every Tuesday and Thursday night at 8 p.m. Standard Time. Every week, we discuss controversial issues and challenge false narratives that are fed to Black people through mass media. We share research through videos and encourage uncomfortable conversations amongst the Black community.
Our show features topics such as exposing fact checkers, the racist history of medical research, the origins of so-called Black Greek fraternity organizations, Christian origins of HBCUs, and much, much more.
Look at the Black Narrative on YouTube or go to our website, www.theblacknarrative.tv. Shalom.
Are you looking to take charge of your health? P23 Labs offers the best at-home DNA testing programs shipped straight to your door. We offer tests designed specifically to alert you to the best diet, medication, fitness, sleep, and stress information tailored exactly to you, allowing you to determine the best ways you can live a healthy life to the absolute fullest for only $99 a month. Right now, get 1 month free for everyone you refer. So take charge with P23 Labs personalized testing for better health.
Craftstone Dispatching is an independent dispatching company that negotiate and book profitable loads for owner-operators and fleet owners. Whether you're a well-established driver or just now starting out, if you're looking to create a legacy in this billion-dollar trucking industry, allow us to be a part of your team. Reach out to us at www.craftstonedispatching.com or follow us on Instagram.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. If you haven't done so already, make sure that you click to subscribe to the channel and to be notified. They do have us under a shadow ban, but as you've heard here tonight, we give the insight and analysis that you will receive nowhere else. And it's important that we do so because there is a critical point that I'm trying to make here tonight. And the point that I am making is very clear. I don't have any disregard for Haitians or any other folk who are not foundational. I don't have any disregard for anyone who's not a descendant of American slaves. I am simply saying that from here on in, I will only have brotherhood with those who have brotherhood with me, and I will only practice Pan-Africanism with those who practice it with me, and everybody else gets shown the door. And I'm not going to even be diplomatic about it. It is cut and dry. At this point, we're just playing the same game you're playing. You played the game of isolation, get off in your own little enclaves, look after your own, even coming here and victimizing us. And you, quote, looking after your own to the extent that you even do. We're just playing the same game now. We're just like, okay, we made an adjustment to the rules. We made an adjustment to the rules. That's it. That is all. That's it. You shouldn't have any problem with that because then the rules you've been living by all this time. We're actually late to the damn party. You should be okay with it. You've been showing us all this time that this is the rules you're playing under. All right, let's play by the rules. Let's go ahead and keep that energy. You can be separate and apart and on your own. You can be separate and apart and on your own. Because you got to understand, as black folk in America, we got bigger fish to fry. You want to talk about Haitians with nowhere to be? Let me tell you what the hell is really going on out here. As you can see on your screens here, this is what's really going on. This is the kind of stuff that we have to deal with. And I know that this is from a year ago. That's not my point. My point is, this is what we got to deal with. This is what we're dealing with here. We don't have any extra anything to be given out for every damn body else. We got too much to take care of, and then the folks that we helping are coming over here and taking food out of our mouths and food off our plates, and then sitting up here and trying to clown us after the fact. From the Olympics to the records to music to every damn thing else. No, I think we'll be better off with you isolated from us from here on in. And we'll handle our own business. But as far as yours, we ain't got nothing for you. We don't have nothing for you. Don't call us when the man brings you up for immigration hearings and whatnot. Get on the plane, get on the boat, and ride out. It was so fly where you came from. Every time it is time for you to show some respect and gratitude to the foundation. All of a sudden, you want to sit up here and turn up your ass. No. Safari and Nicki Minaj and all the rest of y'all and whatnot. No. It was so fly where you're from. You need to be on the first thing with wings back. You shouldn't be over here slumming if it was so fly where you're from. Because I don't see any of you hurting yourselves to get there. You want to sit here and squat on what we built for you here. No, we got real issues to deal with. We got our own people to take care of here. You're not really a part of that equation. You're not really a part of that. And since your own people ain't saying nothing, don't you dare sit up here and try to get us to sit up here and sing a song and sing some hymns and cry some tears and put on the hair shirt and dance for you and whatnot. No, you got Roland Martin and Joy Reid and Sheila Jackson Lee. Call them niggas up. The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the blackest radio program in existence. The only one of its kind on planet Earth today. The only one representing the people. It is the only one representing the people. Because there's a lot more while I was doing my studies here. If you want to know why it is that so many of them ended up here, if you want to know why so many of them ended up here, because this is what they found out. When they told themselves that they were dark-skinned Europeans, and let's be very, very clear, in Jamaica, in these old British colonies, a bunch of y'all see yourselves as dark-skinned British subjects. You see yourselves as dark-skinned Britons. A bunch of you in South America, in Puerto Rico, you just see yourselves as dark-skinned Spaniards. And a bunch of you in Haiti, you see yourselves as, on one side of the island, you see yourselves as dark-skinned Frenchmen. And then on the other side of the island, you see yourselves as dark-skinned Spaniards. And then you try to go and have some camaraderie with your fellow Spaniards and fellow Frenchmen, and they sit up here and tell you, kiss their asses. This story on your screen is one among many, and this was actually published back in June. 3 months ago. 3 months ago. So the white media was seeing the migrations really a year ago. They were seeing it starting, but in the last 90 days, they saw it accelerating. And why? They saw it accelerating because these folks ain't got nowhere to go because everybody else is showing them the damn door. That's the problem. Everywhere they're going, they can't get any traction. I had another article, Latin America closes its doors to Haiti. Back in 2011. And they've been sitting still all this damn time. And what their fallback strategy was, well, when we get to America, the black folks there are going to stomp for us and demand things for us. That's what they were saying the whole damn time. Well, the black folks there are going to speak up for us. Don't worry, they'll speak up for us. And once we get in, by the way, this story on your screen right now, I'm going to read some of it because I want you to know what in the world happened here. Now, it says Valerie Stephanie Lamour, that's the woman you see on the screen with her anchor baby, said the racism in Panama was so bad that she was once told she, quote, smelled ugly and black. She moved there from Haiti in 2005 after a violent attack at her school where she saw her cousin get shot in the eye. Lamour, in Spanish, said for 15 years she tried to make a life for herself, but she struggled to get immigration papers, find work, get out of poverty. I couldn't stay in Panama, said Lamour, who was abandoned by her ex-boyfriend when she got pregnant with her twin sons. I couldn't find help and my children were growing up. Let me say that again. She was abandoned by her boyfriend when she got pregnant. When I talk about these backstabbing cultures, people who come from cultures where stabbing each other in the back is the norm. When we talk about the ruthlessness of the Viking and the Vandal culture, that when you see folks invoking those terms being Vikings and Vandals and Aryans, they're basically talking about the modern day incarnation of barbarians. And then you wonder why hurting and killing and pillaging is perfectly rational in their minds. And this guy is not some exception to the rule. He is typical. When you go to Florida, the Haitian dudes down there running scams all over the place. They got 3 and 4 baby mamas back on the island, 2 and 3 wives back on the island. Same thing for the African immigrants. Same thing for the Jamaicans. Same thing for the Brazilians. They come up here to America, find some dumbass female desperate for a dude. They know full damn well they can sweet talk her, and next thing you know, she's the 4th or 5th baby mama. These Negroes do this all over the damn place, and y'all know I'm telling the damn truth. You know I'm telling the damn truth. From Brooklyn to the Keys. That's what they do all over the place. Let the truth have its day. Let the truth have its day. Let's go ahead and tell the damn truth for a change and let the truth have its day. It goes on to say that last week, I remember this was back in June. Last week, she said they crossed from Mexico into Del Rio, Texas. People, this article is from June. From June. This article is from June. Last week, she said they crossed from Mexico into Del Rio, Texas. Border officials apprehended her, her boyfriend, and her 2 7-year-old twin sons and separated them. Her boyfriend, also from Haiti, was taken to a detention center. Lamore and her sons were let go. Tears streaming down her face, Lamore explained that without her boyfriend, she has nowhere to go. They were headed to New Jersey, where her boyfriend has family, but she said that family won't accept her without her boyfriend there too. Oh, the truth is, I don't know what I'm going to do, Lamore said. I never thought I would be in a situation like this, separated from the person that I love. Many adults who come into Texas from Mexico are being detained and deported like Lamore's boyfriend, but some families are being released into the U.S. by immigration officials and will face their immigration cases in court several years down the road. But by the way, just thought I would throw that out there. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Take a look at how the culture treats them. Take a look at how the culture treats them. Who is you? Who is you? And we're supposed to sit here and take up the slack. We're supposed to take up the slack. Now, by the way, it seems we're also talking about 2 different men. So by the way, apparently she tried to hop from one dude to another and it didn't work out. Don't talk about separated. Negroes don't want to find you when they like, oh hell, he ain't trying to be the stepdaddy nor the son-in-law. And the culture has said, yeah, damn y'all. So they come to the people who actually have a code of conduct. They come to the people who actually have a code. And they're depending upon us to be better people than they are. I said it the way I meant it. They're depending upon us to be a better class of people than them. They come from backstabbing cultures where everybody's sitting over there stabbing each other in the back, getting over on everybody, snitching on everybody, tearing everybody down, abandoning their damn kids because they ain't got nothing to give them. And before we sit up here and extend anything else to anyone else, they all need to be required to bow at the altar of the descendants of American slaves and the foundational Black Americans. You need to bow at the altar and pledge your allegiance not to the U.S. You need to pledge your allegiance to the us, the U.S., not the United States, but the us. Because it is not the United States that gave you the ability to be here. It is the Black folk who did the fighting and the marching that you never did. The fighting the Bulldogs, the fighting the Bull Connors for decades. It wasn't a 1 or 2 year effort. We were fighting that for decades, and truth be told, we still are. So before you get one more bit of charity, it is time for you to show your gratitude. Because we see your damn TikTok videos and your damn Instagram stories and whatnot. And as far as I'm concerned, at this point right now, and I'm going to run afoul of a lot of people, but as far as I'm concerned right now, yes, I've seen your sob stories. I've seen what's happening out there. It looks like a sad, sorry, pathetic story. Ain't our problem. Get back on the bus, Gus. The next boat heading back to Haiti is departing here in 3 hours, and you need to be on it. You've had every opportunity to demonstrate your gratitude and allegiance, and you have used every opportunity to show you don't care about it. At this point right now, forget about it. The deal's off. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You'll have to. Telephone lines are open. The number is 646-787-1933. Phone lines are slammed and jammed. Let's go ahead and get it cracking. Call from area code 843. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you coming from?
Yeah, it's Philip from Beaufort, South Carolina.
Philip from Beaufort, what's on your mind?
Well, you talk a lot about backstabbing, but I want to congratulate you for your backstabbing and buffer blocking Larry Elder, because you beat him down and he lost, so congratulations on that. Also, what is different about this where Trump was concerned? He was closing the border to everybody, but you are mad because they're letting white Latinos flood in and keeping the Black ones back. So we had Trump he would still have the border up, and nobody would get over. So I mean, I was this close to just not listening to you again, but I don't know. You don't have any answer. Yeah, you don't have any answer.
That's the best you got. Really? Is that the best you got? Call of Miracle 323, you're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, big brother, this is Brother Elijah calling out of Las Vegas by way of Brooklyn, New York, big brother.
Brother Elijah out of Vegas, what's on your mind?
Brother, I ain't gonna be wrong, but I have to be strong, brother. This is a powerful, one of your most powerful broadcasts of all time, man. Like, all praises are due to God Allah for you, brother. I gotta tell you something, and please correct me as we go along. I was married to a Haitian woman, okay? Everything you said tonight matched that woman right there. And look, let's keep it a buck, brother. What are they sending over here? They're not sending any powerful black warriors and everything like that. They're sending us the Jesse Woos, the Roland Martins, the Angela Rise. Okay, the minute they come over here, they immediately, I'm not saying all of the brothers and sisters, but the ones who come up here, they immediately identify with white supremacy, immediately. And I'm at the point, hell, even the ones who are here, send their asses back too. We don't need anybody and everything like that, because you don't want to be our brother and sister. We don't need to be your brother and sister as well.
Well, what I'm saying is at this point right now, we're not giving anybody the benefit of the doubt. Everybody needs to prove what they are. And at this point right now, we're not going to make it easy for anybody. We made it easy. We made it simple. They took advantage. They've been taking advantage for decades now. At this point right now, we just need to close ranks for ourselves. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Now let me get call Miracle 973. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Jay from East Orange, New Jersey.
Jay from East Orange, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jason, for the powerful program tonight. I'm actually a Jamaican immigrant myself, and everything you have said is 100% spot on. Listen, beat up on me if you can. I'll take it, but I'm still here on the team of B1.
I'm not. Wait a minute. Let me be very, very clear. I'm not here to beat up on anything. Let me be very clear about what I mean, though. The problem that we have is we lack structure. And the reason why we lack structure is because those of us, the foundation, the descendants of the slaves, we've been sitting up here playing soft hands and giving folk a chance to get in line on their own. Damn that. There's a reason they call it the pecking order. And it's called the pecking order because you get folk in line by pecking them. That's what happens. And we have failed in our responsibility to make it clear that, oh, no. We call the shots, we call the tune, and here are the rules. And so you cannot expect people to fall in line in discipline when there are no consequences for defying you. So the best thing that we can do in order to, Dr. John Henry Clark taught us, I am executing the teachings of Dr. John Henry Clark, which never failed us, that you cannot have a coalition until you have the ability to punish the members of the coalition who break the coalition. We've upheld our end of the deal. And I am not saying these things as an absolute, but you understand. Those of you who are on code, I know that you understand that y'all see the foolery going on the block. Y'all see the off code going on the block in Little Haiti and Jamaica and everything. Y'all see it. I don't have to explain nothing to you. You see what's going on. So we just got to have a hard line on it, brother. We got to have a hard line about it here. And that's what I'm doing now is making sure that everybody understands here's the rules. And yes, we're following through on it. And people, we tried this the nice way. Now we're going to try it the not so nice way.
Right. And that's what I mean as far as, saying beat up on it. It's set the hard line, Jason. I'm here. I'm in America. I see the BS, not just here. I'm in East Orange. It's an immigrant enclave as far as, areas go, immigrants go. But back in Jamaica, Jason, here's the truth. I learned more about Marcus Garvey in my time here in America than I did growing up in Jamaica. That's the problem. That's what's going on in the world. I'm a radical to my family. They don't even talk to me because of how I speak, what I speak about, what I'm about. They don't deal with me. They don't fool with me, Jason. I'm essentially excommunicated from my family.
Yeah, you're a pariah.
That's what's going on here.
Those of you who actually speak up for black folk are pariahs. That's what I'm saying. A bunch of folks in Jamaica, they leave from there and whatnot. And you're aware they go to the ones who can make it to Britain go there. Anybody who can make it there goes there. And as soon as they get off the damn plane, first order of business, get them a white woman. Well, first order of business, get a white woman and get you some drink. And that's the first two orders. I'm sorry, get a white woman and get a scam going. Can we just tell like it is? First order of business, get a white woman and a scam. Same thing with Nigerians. First order of business, when they get to Britain, get a white woman and a scam going. And that's exactly what they end up doing. So like I said, I'm doing this because, as Dr. Clark taught us, it is necessary to get the house in order. I'm cracking down on this because it is past time for Haiti and Jamaica and Barbados and the Caribbean and Latin America and South America and Africa and everybody else to get their house in order. No more off code. It is time to have a strict set of rules. It is time to take a hard line, and it will be unforgiving and uncompromising. Those of you who are already on code, you ain't gonna have any problems. Those who are not on code, gonna be plenty of problems for them because understand something. Blackness recognizes its own. And those who aren't on code, they know, oh, I'm not one of them. So those will be the ones squealing. They'll be the ones yelling. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller area code 904. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Jason. This is Joseph from Jacksonville.
Joseph from Jacksonville. What's on your mind?
Yes, it was a foundation of Black American that saved me from 30 years in prison. And I got out in 12 years. And when I got out, I noticed that my family was completely against me. As soon as I started telling them about Black, I'm a first generation Haitian American. As soon as I started telling them about, listen, we need to get on code, all this mess that we're doing, they see us as all the same, niggas in prison. And I told them, and they, to this day, I'm still considered the black sheep of my family, you know? And I had to go ahead and step up to them. They did it. As a whole, all 14 of them, the generation before me, all aunties and uncles, have hidden the whole complete history of who Dessalines is, or they've hidden all that completely from all my cousins. It's like we're just walking around and blind and we think that everybody's thinking there's something else than blacks in this country. And I see what's going on. I've warned them several times. Now look at it, it's on TV. What are they doing?
You know, I mean, understand something there. That is a hideous amount of betrayal because that's your history. And it's a damn shame when you walk into a place and somebody else has more reverence, not just respect, not just admiration, reverence for your history, your soil, your bloodline, your direct immediate ancestry than the folk you sitting in the damn house with, sitting up here trying to separate you and divorce you from it. You might as well go ahead and get your coon boots ready right out of the damn door. We're sitting up here trying to fight white supremacy, and they're trying to figure out how to schmooze up to it, which, as you found out, is impossible. There isn't enough ass kissing in this third dimension that will allow you to schmooze up to them. The best you can do is be their token nigga. But then again, we got plenty of folk filling out that application. So there you have it. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Now let me get caller code 646. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. Good evening. How are you, sir?
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
I just heard that. I'm Tan calling from Long Island.
Tan from where at in Ohio?
Long Island. Long Island.
Tan from Long Island. What's on your mind?
You know, just this is something that I've been on my mind for a long time. And I got that so this is kind of. I remember back, you know, going to Queens, New York. And I remember in the early '70s. And I remember when, like, you know, a lot of Jamaicans started coming to my neighborhood, Corona, Queens in particular. And when they came to our neighborhood, you know, instead of all the spots and all these things, these spots doing anything, they're doing anything, they're money, whatever. What happened was those posse started killing all the American brothers in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Before the brothers in our neighborhood knew what the fuck was going on, it was all out war in our neighborhood. And they killed so many of our strong brothers, gunned them down. Before we even knew what was going on, it was gone. Many. I mean, hundreds. And this was the early '70s when I witnessed that. And it was so hard to watch that, you know? And they call us Yankees, and they call us all this stuff. And they came up on us, you know? And the bad part, I thought they always loved our women, loved our black women, but they hated us men. And you can ask anybody that grew up in the '70s in Corona and in Jamaica, Queens, and in Brooklyn, and Harlem, FL. They came and they killed a lot of our brothers, man.
Well, that was the plan the whole time. That's what they've always done, is flood the zone with individuals who have hostility towards the descendants of American slaves, those of us who have legitimate grievances, those of us who come from the soil. They made sure to flood the zone with those kind of folks there. So this is how you ended up with all these Asian immigrants, Irish, Italian, and then the so-called black immigrants from areas that they knew were harboring those types of sentiments and whatnot. And they flooded the zone with them. So those folks are given resources and area to be and whatnot, and you're just basically being starved out of it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller area code 262. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good evening, Brother Jason. This is Larry calling from Racine, Wisconsin.
Larry from Racine, Wisconsin. What's on your mind?
Good evening, brother. First of all, I really do appreciate you tearing a new asshole into the coons who have been prostrating themselves here on your soil. I myself, as a Haitian immigrant, I was raised in that cesspool of self-hate. Everything that you and the trifecta of Black media has discussed regarding the, as you would say, dinner table conversations is profoundly true. My parents always, as a young man, I'm 40 now. My parents, as a young man, always were telling me that you're not like them. You're not like them. Always with that welfare talk and that lazy talk. Okay, I'm from Haiti, by the way, if I didn't say that. So these conversations are what they feed their children while they're here. And let me tell you something. These black foreigners, especially, they love their little accents. When you hear their accent, my parents thought that accent gained them preferential treatment amongst white society. Because my parents will always brag at the table, especially after they come from the job, about how white people say, "Oh, you're not." White people would tell my parents, "Oh, you're not like these other people."
Oh yeah, they're real good for that.
Very true.
They're real good for that, particularly for the females. They love that accent on the females because that usually identify, and you know I'm telling the truth, that usually identifies them as looking to be domestic servants, taking care of their kids, or doing something strange for some change. That accent tips them off.
Exactly. And it's funny you say that. Positions of servitude. My mother, to make extra money when she got to this country, she used to clean houses
There
for
you go.
well-to-do white clients. And my mom occasionally would take me to these people's houses as a child, and I would be racially mistreated by their kids. I got pushed into a creek off of a huge hill by one of the grandsons of one of these racist pieces of shit. But I'd like to tell you, as I've grown older, thank God I found out about you guys a little bit later in my life, too late in my life, in my opinion. But I understand what it is because, see, the one thing I've had to tell my parents in the last 5 to 6 years is, especially listening to you guys, is number one, you were brought here to distract from the needs of the Black Americans. And my parents hate hearing that. They thought that they were just brought here because they were willing to work. No, you are brought here to displace what it is that Blacks need. You know, I've been telling my parents because my dad got a wake-up call from one of our racist white neighbors as a child, and he had to check that motherfucker. And so, understandably, yeah, now my parents, it went from, because you said something in a broadcast a while back, brother, where you're basically saying, the coons retreat into cowardice in their old age. And I'm not disparaging my parents, but now you know what my parents love to hide behind? Sweet baby Jesus. Now it's, racism is just a sin problem versus, we went from, we're just here to work hard. We're here to establish ourselves. Well, now that you see that white society really don't like your ass, because the thing about it is the rebellion that I endured with my parents and with the clash is between the fact that they thought that, kissing ass, my parents pushed the whole interracial dating thing on me. I'm sorry if I'm bouncing around, but there's so much with it to really encapsulate it. I just think my brothers and sisters know that they do try to train us to be coons. That is no lie. They try to raise us to be sellouts and to hate you so that we can somehow be marked as different, even though we look just like my brothers and sisters here in America.
Well, the real scam of it, though, is that I did this because I wanted people to understand here. I've been saying this for the longest, and folks tried to pretend, it ain't true, and Jason, you act like you know it all. I've been saying forever, folks, that wet foot, dry foot thing don't apply to us. I've been saying forever that if they decide to turn the damn spigot off, they will turn it off not in a year. It'll be turned off in an hour. They literally got them stonewalled down there and then put them back on. First of all, they've been doing it. Biden has been doing this since he got into office. You're just now having a big enough number that it's undeniable. You can't hide 10,000 people sitting in jail. You can't hide that. So the next question comes, okay, what you gonna do with them? And he's like, we're gonna send them all back home. Really? Yeah. Well, this will take a few years. Oh, no. They're going now. No. And for anybody who's going to try to say, well, Jason, and see, this is what I'm saying. Negroes, stop trying to question me about these things. You don't know enough to question me. There's a federal judge just ruled that they can't keep sending back under Title 42. First of all, they don't need Title 42 to send them back. Title 42 is a convenient excuse. They don't need Title 42. The United States government has the authorization to deport you simply for not being a citizen. So Title 42 was what gave Biden political cover because Trump was using Title 42 under the virus thing as a public health measure to say that's the excuse. But the truth, the federal government doesn't need no damn, they have the same powers to deport folks they had when they deported Garvey. They don't have less power. As a matter of fact, they got more powers. So what folks are finding out is what I said the whole damn time. If they want to turn the spigot off, they can do it in an afternoon. And all you folks thinking that being an illegal alien is in vogue because they're letting the Latins do it. It's like, yeah, those are the buffer class they want in. For the black folk, no. They are only letting in very regulated amounts. Well, what can they do to stop us? This is what they can do to stop you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, for anybody who was wondering, well, Jaden, you don't know everything. I mean, what can they do to stop them? This is what they can do to stop them. This is what they can do to stop you. And how long did it take for them to be able to get that kicked off? How long did it take them? Ain't no ACLU, National Council of La Raza, or any damn Congressional Black Caucus, or anybody else riding your rescue. The media got a damn blackout on this. And I do mean that literally. For those of you who are not aware, they told Fox News that they couldn't have a drone flying overhead. The FAA told them they couldn't have a drone flying overhead. And when I heard that, I said, I'll be damned, Ferguson. Ferguson all over again. For those of you who forgot, I said, I'll be damned. Same thing they did in Ferguson. Now, since then, they are saying that the government has cleared them to be able to start flying their drones overhead again, because they were telling them that it was going to be a 2-week suspension on flying drones. But as soon as I heard that, I was like, whoa, media blackout. It's Ferguson all over again. And we all know what happened there. All these folks who thought they were going to come over here and that they were going to play this slick immigrant game and we're going to kiss ass and suck up and we're going to become their favorite Negro slave class, found out real damn quick, there ain't no spot for you, ain't no seat for you. Call up area code 862. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Big Money Iceman out of Bloomfield, New Jersey.
Iceman out of Bloomfield. What's on your mind?
Everything you said is 100%. I just want to say and confirm it. I used to work in environmental services, right? And I would always hear, like in a locker room when I was changing, these immigrants, oh, my country is so beautiful. The water is so good. The land is so good. So I went up to this guy and said, your country is so good. Why are you here? shut them down. Straight up. B1.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from area code 773. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Terry from Chicago, Illinois. Jason, how you been?
Terry from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Oh yeah, you're absolutely correct, man. Yeah, you got a lot of Haitian brothers living in Evanston, Illinois, and you're absolutely right. They separate themselves from us, everything, and they really don't want to be bothered with us. It's a lot of them a lot of Haitian live in Evanston, Illinois. That's on the north side of Chicago, and they don't live nowhere near us down on the west side or the south side of Chicago. To me, they're a bunch of fuck ass sambos.
Right. Now, let me go ahead and give a little bit of clarity to what you just said there. For those of you who do not know, Chicago is probably, and I know a lot of folks like to use this cliche, and I haven't been able to 100% confirm it, but if it's not the number one, it's number two, the most sharply divided, segregated city in America. If it's not number one, it's definitely number two. And you know I've been to Chicago many times. You literally, on one side of the street is Chinatown, and on the other damn side of the street where the Italians or the Russians are, depending on where you're at. Literally, everybody there knows it. On one side of the street is one ethnic group, or literally on the other side of the street is where the next ethnic block begins. Literally. So when but now really what you said though, but the Haitians ain't really where the black folk are. Bronzeville and whatnot like that. The Haitians don't really hang with the black folk like that. So you would expect them to be where y'all are, but they're not. And that's the interesting dichotomy, is that usually it's divided by race. They've broken it down to, oh no, let's be super tribal.
That's right. They all up in Evanston, Illinois. All up there in Skokie around the Jews, and a lot of Jews and a lot of Hindus and Indian motherfuckers. You're absolutely right, Jason. I live in Chicago, segregated fucking city in the world. You don't have nigger town. You don't have no black town. We don't have that here. We all scatter everywhere. I'm from the west side of Chicago. K-Town.
There you go.
Okay, I'm sure you heard of it.
Oh yeah, all the black folk in Chicago, essentially inhabit either the south side or the west side. So if you're talking to a black person in Chicago, I'm just giving y'all a pro tip. Because the news always talks about the south side. Black folk in Chicago get upset because it's like, okay, we ain't all just in the south side, but we're in the south side and the west. Nobody really talks about the west side. But yes, there's two major enclaves of it. So it's bigger than just that.
You're absolutely right, Jason. You're absolutely right. I'm west side, and I make it clear every time I talk to a motherfucker from the south side, I tell them I'm from west side Chicago. I'm west side finest, where Bishop Don Juan, all the Christian players. That's where I'm from. I'm from the streets, bro. And like my man say, hey, you got to put up and shut up. That's pretty much the bottom line. Stop talking all this bullshit and just put up. And every year I go December 4th when they kill Fred Hampton over there on Monroe and Weston. I'm over there celebrating the death of Fred Hampton.
Well, a lot of folks are getting a crash course education, and I gotta tell you, it's a good thing. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. And by the way, let me be very, very clear on what I'm about to say right here tonight. A whole bunch of folks are unhappy. A whole bunch of folks are struggling. Some bad things are happening. But as sorry as it is to say, this is good. We tried to do this without this. We tried to warn you that you were not some separate special case. We tried to warn you that you weren't getting in here because you were just so nickel slick and you were just so smart and you knew how to play the game. You were only being allowed here because they already have a pre-engineered ratio that they allow in, but they ain't gonna sit up here and allow y'all to bum rush the borders because you are not one of their approved blanket buffer classes. You are a regulated buffer class. You're not one of the blanket ones. You can't just come in. And by the way, down there in Del Rio, Texas, the Latino mayor and the Latino U.S. representative and all the Latinos are the ones who've gotten together and said, hey, too many of y'all go over here. The same folks talking about, oh, we need open borders and this, that, there, and the other, and immigrants' rights and this, that, and the other. The Latinos down there in South Texas are like, hey, not y'all. No, not you. And there's a bunch of Latinos in that group. Don't worry, they're going to filter them out and let them through. But the non-Latinos, yeah, you find out real quick, you don't have any secret plan that's going to benefit you. Call them area code 802. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Call from 802 has been abducted. Call from area code 702. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason, man, this is Les calling from Las Vegas.
Les from Las Vegas. What's on your mind?
Man, Jason, man, you're 100% correct, man. But we got to get down on these bootlegs from the Congressional Black Caucus because that's the reason why they bump rush the border. You got 50 Democrats in Congress and the Congressional Black Congress wrote a letter to Joe Biden saying you can't be exploiting these Haitians. And that's why they all came over here from rushing the border over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Hey,
you got to get these bootlegs.
Here's the real thing, though, Les. But Les, here's the real thing. They said that, and what good did it do?
It didn't do no good.
Brother, let me tell y'all something right now. I'm going to let you finish your points. So don't get worried. I want you all to recognize something. I want you to recognize warfare when you see it. And there is a critical part of warfare, which is optics. Joe Biden is Mr. Three Strikes. Joe Biden was a segregationist, still is. Joe Biden's white supremacist credentials are unquestionable. So when you see a large mass of black people, Joe Biden wants to show all the middle-of-the-road white folk and whatnot that he's going to be as tough on black folk as Trump ever was. So this right here is resume enhancement. Well, the Congressional Black Caucus wrote him a letter. He owns them niggas. He owns them. Their job is to write him a letter and say, please, Master Biden, can you do something with some folk down here, please? And his job is to say, well, I'm going to do the best I can to help. Now, get your ass on this plane. That's the way the game is. And they're going to go back to them and say, well, we tried. We tried to get the president to help you, but it's tough. In other words, what they do to us, Jimbo Jangles, Clyburn on qualified immunity and reparations, what they do to us, that's exactly what they're getting ready to tell the Haitians. The only difference is we're used to them just doing it to us. We're not used to them spreading it around and doing it to everybody else. Biden is going to make an example out of them. He's going to do this publicly. This is going to sky. By the way, this is right after Afghanistan. Right after Afghanistan, he's done two very super unpopular things. Number one, the failure in Afghanistan, the way they pulled out. Number two, these mandates for these injections. Folk are super unhappy. So what do you do to get the public back on your side? Get a bunch of black, you know this is the same old playbook, brother. Get a bunch of black folk together that you can demonize and show that you're ready to crack the whip on them. And he's here to show them, oh, no, there will be no black invasion. Watch how quickly I spin this around. The Congressional Black Caucus is going to put up token resistance, they're going to put up some sort of token protest. And when they get, if they're never going to be called out on it, the media is never going to call Sheila Jackson Lee and say, what do you think of Biden loading up all these people? I just showed you Roland Martin is radio silent. Brother, the word has already went out. The email has already been sent. The text message has already been sent. Everybody's already gotten the word. Okay, this is how we handling this. Y'all get out there and smooth this over however you got to smooth this over, but this is how it's going to be handled. So Roland got out there and all he's saying, he's talking about Dan Patrick, but he's not talking about Joe Biden. He's talking about Dan Patrick, but he's not talking about Joe Biden, the only person who really matters in this equation. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, brother, I agree with you. So what you're saying, it's sort of like a public execution. Joe Biden doing. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show you my white supremacy, and I'm gonna show you, like you said, it's it's. My thing is they bring these people over here to try to replace foundational Black America. You're not gonna replace us. We ain't going nowhere. This is our country. You understand what I'm saying? And they bring whoever they Haitians and Jamaicans, and like you said, they get over here with the house nigga mentality. We gonna be master's favorite person. And like you said, they showing them what they think about them. You know, my thing is too, brother, with the whole congressional, the Congress and stuff, man. Like certain things, like with the Chinese Asian American hate law. Right now, they're chasing a brother down in Chicago, trying to convict him of a hate crime because he pushed an Asian woman down the steps. They're trying to use this law and turn it against black people. Like we hate and killing Asians, and they haven't done a damn thing for us passing no type of black specific hate law. You see what I'm saying? It's just a bunch of bullcrap, brother, man.
Remember, brother, Neely Fuller taught us white supremacy always takes both sides of an argument. So if you are in favor of the Haitians coming here, they're going to take that side. So you feel symbolically that you've gotten something. And if you are against the Haitians being here, they're loading up planes. White supremacy, but notice the one that actually has a physical real world effect. This is a perfect example. This right here is a perfect quintessential example of the accuracy of Neely Fuller's statement. White supremacy taking both sides of the argument, but ultimately take a look at the effect. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller area code 225. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, if you're on speaker or if you're hiding under the bed, you really need to come out. We can barely hear you. I'll give you one more try. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Kareem from Mississippi.
Okay. Kareem from Mississippi. What's on your mind?
Yeah, you're right, man. This is foundation of America.
Okay, brother, I don't know what's going on your phone right there now. It sounds like you are wrestling with a midget to keep control of your phone there. So I hope you win the fight. Let me get caller from area code 412. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jason, Renee, how are you?
Renee, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from North Carolina. How are you doing?
Okay, Renee, where are you calling from?
North Carolina, Charlotte. How are
Okay,
you?
Renee from Charlotte. What's on your mind?
Well, this is the thing. My father was a Coast Guard back in the 70s, late 60s. He's saying when Haitians were coming over on the boat, they would turn around, send them back. Cubans coming over, they let them back in. The only thing they let the Haitians in if you had an education, if you adopted Lord, they won't let you in. But if you were poor, broke, and didn't understand the English language, they ain't gonna let you in. So the Boule Haitians who are here now, they ain't saying nothing about the Haitians who are down at that border right now. They're not saying anything. And the only thing I'm saying is where LaRoz at? You see LaRoz on TV crying for these Mexicans, these Central Americans coming in here and all that. Oh, they poor. But what about them? Yeah, they went through an earthquake too. They went through an earthquake. But like I'm just saying, they got troubles going down in that country as well. But I'm just saying, LaRoz ain't speaking. You ain't heard nobody on there not speaking on where Haitians at. You don't see horse face, AOC crying about the Haitians at the border. None of that. And I was saying with my father when he was Coast Guard, he was telling me that we lived in Florida. He said we sent them back. We didn't let them in here. The government wasn't letting them in here. Unless you were an educated Haitian, they'll let you in here. But if you're broke, they ain't gonna let you in here.
Now notice that. Notice that now. Why do you think allowing in the quote educated Haitians is such an important thing?
Because they know they would come.
I mean, the first question you have to ask yourself is they want to let in the quote educated ones. What were they educated about?
Well, it was a buffer class of the educated Haitians to come over here to disparage black people, like our black people. Like I'm talking about FBA, us. Because they'd rather have them and working on Wall Street than have us working on Wall Street. You know what I'm saying?
I have yet to find an immigrant, particularly a black immigrant. I have yet to find one, first generation, who was brought here, educated at these American universities, who did not immediately come out and basically become an operative in the dominant society. I have yet to find one. Their definition of educated is right thinking. And right thinking is, at the end of the day, you can be against communism, you can be for or against abortion, LGBT, it doesn't matter which side you fall on. As long as you are not against white supremacy, that won't be a problem. Because we do have some individuals in Haiti and Jamaica and those places, we do got some folk who do adhere to Pan-Africanism. They make sure to keep them folks out. You're on a watch list. You're on an embargo. You're on a special prosecution list. The governments back in those countries got your name on lists. They make sure you don't get over here. And if you come over here illegally, how the hell did they find me and amongst all these other people across the border? Oh, we were looking for you. We weren't looking for them, but we were looking for you. Well, I'll be damned. I ain't even got no fingerprints. We don't need fingerprints. The people back where you're from told us you a troublemaker. I'll let you have the last word.
Yep. The last word is this. I'm very angry over this. And the thing about it, Jason, we got to know. So European has destroyed the black country's idea of black America. They have securities go over there, tell them don't be like them because they're criminals. Don't, when you come to their country, act better than. And that's what's instilled in their mind when they come here. When they come here, they say, oh, I have to be 10 times better than the average African American because I can't be looked upon as down. You know what I mean? Like, well, we're low as a gutter. And that's their problem because the Europeans have securities involved as well. When they send them over here, they tell them to be 10 times better than us.
Well, they certainly, it's usually not a hard sell because they have it in their heads already. They have that seed in their heads already, and it's just like, oh, don't worry, you'll be fine. You got that attitude already. We got a place for you. Why don't you come on up here to Springfield, New Jersey? Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 513. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Lisa. I'm calling from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Lisa from Cincinnati. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I just seen a podcast that they said 50 Afghanistans is coming, but really it's like 200. We already don't got no place to live here or nothing. No.
Well, definitely they're going to flood the zone. Any place where there's a black enclave, they're going to flood the zone. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 918. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Marcus from Wichita Falls, Texas.
Marcus from Wichita Falls. I know it well. What's on your mind?
All right. So I was literally there about 3 weeks ago. I work in the oil and gas industry. And two things that I wanted to point out. First of all, Del Rio, or what they call the valley around Eagle Pass, is basically Little Mexico. And it's in the Spanish there is so thick where you can go to a dollar store and they literally have to, they literally have to work really hard just to speak English. So that's the first point. The other point that I wanted to make is Border Patrol there, it used to be where, because I went to college for Corpus Christi, it used to be where if they looked at you, they can kind of tell that you're an American. Nowadays, bro, I went there and I was driving by on my way home and I literally had to prove that I was an American.
Yeah,
I literally had to show them my driver's license and I had to, they searched my truck. And I noticed that they don't do that to the other big pickup trucks. They don't stop the semis. They don't stop, the bike guys or anything like that. But as soon as I came through, now, mind you, I have dreads, but it matter. When it's black, you stick out like a sore thumb down there.
Well, definitely, I've been through Southern Texas many times. There, the valley areas, Rio Grande, El Paso. I always tell people, by the way, if you haven't been to El Paso in the last, 20 years and whatnot, brother, I didn't see, literally, it's literally basically an annex of Mexico now. You literally will be there. If you see a non-Mexican person, a non-Latino, it's somebody passing through. It might be me. I don't know. But I was there and I was the only non-Latino face anywhere. IHOP, the gas station, the hotel, the freeway. It was me and that was it. It's really kind of eerie, to be totally honest with you. It's kind of eerie to be in an environment where it's just like, okay, there's literally nothing else because you're used to a situation where it's nothing but white folk, but now you see a situation where it's nothing but Latinos, and it really kind of reminded me of other places that I've been. But did I feel singled out as a black person? Yes, I did. And like I know, I don't know how old you are, black males know when we're in places where, okay, well, you're almost, you know how it is, you're old enough to know that we go in places where white folk are and we can feel everybody staring at us. And we know that staring at us, and we can feel their eyeballs on us. When you go to South Texas now, in places like that, dude, you can feel it. You can feel that, I'm on enemy ground. I'm the only one here. They're not, looking at me. They are looking at me. And you can feel it. I felt it like any place in Louisiana, in the most Confederate flag-filled places in Louisiana I've been, that's what Southern Texas is like.
Oh, absolutely. I remember I made a post on Facebook when I took my family to Corpus Christi, and it has been gentrified to the point where even you have to respond by saying that the only black people are there are just broken down old ex-military people.
That's
it's actually the same in El Paso.
Fort Hood, that's it. When you go to Corpus Christi, I mean, if you're not near Fort Hood and in those subdivisions they made for the military people, that's it. That's where all the black folk are. And that's all. A bunch of old dudes on their military pensions or military disability, riding around in their cars and smoking whatever they're smoking and just waiting for their turn to die, basically. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Now, let me get a call from Miracle 901. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Red out of Memphis.
Red out of Memphis, what's on your mind?
Whew. You set the stage of plays. It was on fire tonight. Few points I want to touch on because you hit on so much. But let's start with the deporter-in-chief. Who that is? Y'all go look him up, the deporter-in-chief, and see who he was deported. Now to fast forward, you said something very interesting. Rung a bell with it. It came right to my mind. You said with all these Haitian immigrants, you know, second, third generation and stuff, where's your allies that's already here? Why they ain't speaking up? You said it'd be nice if they had somebody in media, and your mind went right to rolling. You know what my mind went to right when you asked that question? I said, damn, they got a motherfucking nation all the way up. They can go talk right to Biden. Karine Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, they're token. They're token assistant press secretary, yeah.
So I said to myself, I wonder why she's not going to say nothing. Well, damn, who her husband is? Oh, she's with the agenda. She's she been cut her folks' throat and said she's married to the Democrat Party. And how she's showing her loyalty? She's married. She's LGBT. She's married to a CNN anchor, the Malvo lady. So she's already proven it. She's with the Democratic agenda. And like you said, they come from backstabbing culture because, listen, she's only focused on her position. Ain't no loyalty. My loyalty is to getting this bad. Now let's touch base on New York. Them damn New York prisons, they got whole cell blocks in there with the Jamaicans. I hate to say it, Jason, they run shit. They run shit. And what is sad to say about that is they ran their ass right to prison. And they didn't come from nothing where they came from. And they've been able to fix with us. And we all just say, we all black people, we all need to pull together. They looking out their eyes. They know right what they looking at when they see us. They ain't no coming together. They're here for their agenda and their agenda only. And a large portion of it is criminality. So you're exactly right about they don't mean us so damn good. Now you do have your loyal brothers and sisters who's gonna ride with us and trying to fight. Them not the motherfuckers on TV. Them not the motherfuckers in the administration. And when you say that people don't stand up, my mind went right to Karine Jean-Pierre.
Well, you know, I mean, she's dough broken. We talk about being butt broken, but yeah, she's dough broken. Right out the gate. I mean, that is the very definition. Lil Nas X her, and notice that's a theme you see. It really runs concurrent. You know, Corinne, was that De Blasio's wife? You notice how all these accepted female Negroes, there's this element of LGBT floating in the air. Same thing for the dudes, Don Lemon and whatnot. If you ain't butt broken or dough broken, yeah, you can't get in. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 415. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Don calling from San Francisco.
Don from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
First, I want to give you your props. Thank you for giving them that work with that energy you gave it to them. And this is nothing new. We see what's going on. It's like, no, you're not going to be our upper class. We got all these young Latinos that we can put up in La Quinta. That's going to be our new upper class. Plus these Afghanis that we brought in. And we don't need y'all. We don't want y'all. We send you back where you came from. And that's been the American thing since its inception.
Well, brother, do you realize since Biden's been in office, all the Biden butt kissers, they all bet all their chips on telling all of us we can't get reparations because it's too hard, it's too difficult. Y'all just don't understand the laws. You can't just put nothing like that together. And then here came all those stimuluses for the virus and whatnot overnight. They were able to get trillions, not billions, trillions. Them Negroes look so damn stupid after that. And then all these other things, when it comes to immigration, everything down the line, all these Biden butt kissers promised us, oh, they can't do that for us. You just can't do that. Well, they're letting in all these illegals. Well, I mean, you can't stop them from coming in. Every single thing that they ever said we couldn't get, couldn't be done, couldn't be accomplished, too hard, requires a committee, needs a study, needs more funding. We just sat here and watched it. All of that was proven to be a lie within literally a year, maybe a year and a half at the very most. The good news about all this is it is now incontrovertible and undeniable. At this point right now, everybody who's going to be on, right now, this exposes all the butt kissers from all the revolutionaries. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, all of this needed to be seen because this game is wrapping up. It's coming to an end. And brother, I hope we get to hear from you next week. How about that?
We'll see, man. After tonight's broadcast, I don't know. The money is 50-50. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I don't know. After tonight's broadcast, they might, this might be the last one. I might get canceled, cut off, whatever the case may be. Let me get called Miracle 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is William calling from the Chicago metro area.
William from Chicago. What's on your mind? All right. What's on your mind?
Just back on the Haitians again. You know, the Attorney General for the state of Illinois is a Haitian. And he has been eerily quiet about doing anything for people. I guess he's one of the bootleg class. And seems like he would have a connection with his wonderful mayor here in Chicago, who made Chicago a sanctuary city. Seemed like they would be clamoring to bring some of the Haitians here to Chicago. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, once again, you see the LGBT connection I was just mentioning here a few moments ago. So in the Democrat Party, they don't have anything for a black woman who ain't a stripper or LGBT. That's it. They don't have any room for you. They don't have any place for you. They ain't got nothing for you if you're not on that game. So thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. No, they ain't got nothing for you. Let me get caller area code 409. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Rashad from Houston, Texas.
Rashad from Houston.
Man,
What's on your mind?
Jason, if you're not a prophet, bro, I don't know who is. And I'm like you said, I'm gonna give you a Reader's Digest version of the story. So if everybody from Houston knows about the Papados across from NRG Stadium where the Texans played, that it borders the medical center, that's where everybody goes to be seen. So long story short, I'm in that Papados, I'm picking up some food. See this girl, top notch, look good. Approached her, got a number, went talked to her. She was Jamaican. That was fine. This was no longer than 3 weeks ago. Anyway, get to the point. Me and her ended up getting into it about Jamaicans and Black Americans. I made a statement to her. I told her my people in Jamaica. She said, "What do you mean your people in Jamaica?" I said, "Well, because of the transatlantic slave trade," I said, "a lot of my ancestors, went to the South America and the Caribbean." And I even tried to reason with her, Jason. I said, "Look, only about 30% of the people stolen from Africa came to the Americas." I said, North America. I said, "The rest went to South America and the Caribbean." She said, Jason, this girl outright told me that Jamaicans and Black Americans are not the same people. And I say, "Well, what mythical bloodline of Black people did Jamaicans come from?" She told me, "Look, I don't have to explain myself to you. Jamaicans and Black people are not the same people." And Jason, I showed her a split screen of the shanty towns in Jamaica, excuse me, and the slums in West Africa. I said, even in Black people's despair, I said they look the same. Those little tin huts they build, the phenotype. I said, these people are obviously the same people. Jason, you're right. I'm not going to speak on Haitians, but my personal experience, Jamaicans are not our friends at all. And this is not I'm 42. This girl was 35. This is not a person that's been out here cooning since the 60s. So from some Jamaicans, she's a millennial. She would be in the category of a millennial, and she thinks the same way as everybody else.
I mean, brother, this is the culture. It doesn't matter where you pick them up at. If they haven't spent significant time with us and been deprogrammed, and that's it. The cooning happens over there. It doesn't happen over here. They just drop off the coons over here. The school of coon indoctrination is over there.
Have to indoctrinate.
Well, no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The school of coon indoctrination. Well, the society is already set up to do that, which is why they don't have a problem bringing. When you see the white women go over there and get their rental dreads and whatnot, they know what they're doing. So the ground and the soil is already fertile already. It's just a matter of grabbing them. By the time they get over here, you would have to divorce them and separate them from their native culture in order to have something to work with. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 678. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, peace, Jason. How you doing? If you want to talk going, James from Jersey.
James from Plainsville. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, I want to say shout out to you, shout out to the woke people in the chat. Me being the first generation American, my parents from the Caribbean, dad from Capola, mom from St. Croix. At first I ain't gonna lie, I got a confession, I'll come clean. When I was younger, I'm 29 years old now. I used to have that stupid ass kumbaya mentality, like them Jamaicans got. Oh, we all the same, we all is one. That Bob Marley mentality. And but as I got older, especially when I used to live in Georgia, that's why my very close to I came across my first racism at 13. And then, as I got older, I knew what it was about. And I moved back out here in Jersey, and that's when I really, really got woke. I tuned in to people like you, I see with the Hidden Colors, and other scholars. And now it's to a point I don't, my family. I'm the black sheep, Black Panther of my family, and I don't really have too much problems with the Haitians, but I'll say with them Jamaicans, yeah, just like the previous caller, they were he's right. A lot of these Jamaicans, they stay preaching that that Bob Marley, that Bob Marley talking point. Oh, we all the same, one love, we all the same, we all the same.
Isn't it very interesting though? They say that kind of thing, but they don't mean that towards foundational Black people. They don't mean that towards the citizens of space. They don't mean that towards us. When they say that, they're referring specifically to the dominant society. They're not referring to the rest of us.
Yep, that's right. And I heard they have like a mulatto buffer class up there in Jamaica. And like I said before, they like to build out here. They like to be real rebellious towards Black Americans. I want y'all to have that same energy towards the Asians and the Indians in y'all country, in y'all island. Don't be coming up here, trying to muscle your way or trying to act like you better than Black Americans out here. Y'all not even having that same energy towards the Asians and Indians. And I don't want to hear stuff like, oh, well, they've been living there. All right, guess what? They came to live there and they came to dominate. Don't try to dominate out here. You're supposed to dominate in your home island. And the nations, man, I came across the nations around my age. They down for it. They down for Black Americans. I ain't have yet to come across like Haitians. Well, I probably came across one lady that was a Haitian, but she I guess her mentality is more on survival thing. But the rest of the Haitians, they about it. They just waiting on somebody to pop it up. But as a true leader don't wait for nobody. You gotta pop on your own.
You gotta make it yourself.
Especially for a B1.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do give us a call again. Let me get call from area code 901. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is Kelly out of Memphis.
Kelly out of Memphis. What's on your mind?
I just want to say,
just looking at myself right now, looking at my hand, and I say, the blood of Africa runs strong in foundation of Black Americans. No other Black person in each of the country is as jealous as they are to us because we are the only ones who's fighting and somewhat fought and almost defeated white supremacy, and we'll do it again and again and again until we get what we deserve, which is cut the check. And no matter Black person or African, Haitian, Dominican Republican, whatever, they say that they're one of us. They want to be one of us, but you can't be one of us if you don't have the courage to face white supremacy.
Brother,
And
you
they
have
can't do that. They're
just
scared of that.
you have just what makes us valuable, what makes us unique, but also what makes us valuable is in reality, we are the only people who have long-standingly, for a sustained period of time, stared down and backed down white supremacy. It wasn't just a one-hit wonder and then we faded off into the ether. We have been able to stare it down for a sustained period of time. That's the difference. You see, their wins are centuries old. They got to go back 100, 150, 200 years before they can name their last win. We don't have to do that. We can name off our wins here. We can name them off now. We can name off the things we're accomplishing now. We can go ahead and set the record straight on that now. That's something we can point to right here. They can't show you where it's popping off where they are. They can't show you where it's elevated. They can show you what they're losing, but they can't show you any of that. Strides as far as making cultural marks and making a cultural foundation to be built upon as Black people. They can't show you that. There is no cultural foundation currently under construction in Haiti, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Brazil. You can't, with a Black folk, you can't name the point to anything like that. The last win that they had was 150, 160 years ago. They can't point to anything in the here and the now. Hell, just the Black folk coming to Atlanta and turning that into a major economic powerhouse without having to get a bunch of Asians and Russians to come sit up here and drop off a bunch of stuff. That was something that Black folk were able to generate on their own. There is no equivalent to that in Haiti. There is no equivalent to that in Jamaica. There's no equivalent to that anywhere. That's why they had to come over here. Because like, damn, y'all, there's a bunch of y'all together and you made it valuable. South Central Los Angeles, there's a bunch of y'all Black folk together and you made it valuable. Brooklyn, bunch of y'all got together and made it valuable. DC, bunch of y'all got together and made it valuable. Over there's a bunch of y'all together and everybody's saying, last one out, turn out the light. I'll let you have the last word.
The blood of Africa runs too damn strong in my genes, in my veins. I can feel it right now. And all the Haitians, everybody who's running away from your country, turn back around, fight for your country. Your blood runs with us. Even though we don't share the same ideology, even though you guys want to separate from us, turn back around, fight for your country. Because white supremacy is going to take it, revamp it, and change it if you guys don't go back. Be one, brother. Thank you so much.
Black first, but there won't be very much change required. They're buck dancing now, and they would be more, let's just be honest, the average Haitian would be more comfortable living under white boots directly than what they're doing now, living under them indirectly. That's the brutal reality, ugly as hell. Somebody got to say it. Somebody got to say it. The average Haitian would be more comfortable living under direct European and white oppression than they are living under this indirect oligarchy, this indirect oppression. They'd be far more comfortable with that. They would be far more comfortable having some white folks they could just look up to directly. Turn on the TV, boom, there's white daddy with his French name, there's Macron or whatever with their French names. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. They would be much more comfortable with that. So in reality, it wouldn't be nearly as hard of an adjustment as you think. They would actually be able to acclimate to that relatively quickly. You will be amazed how quickly they would acclimate to that. And you know one other thing, they wouldn't be out there in the streets wilding out either. White daddy tell them all disperse and go home, and they would all sit there and bop their heads and do a little tribal dance and start singing and clapping and go marching home. And that includes the so-called thugs. Call them area code 346. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is Electric Soldier from Houston.
Electric Soldier from Houston. What's on your mind?
I just had a few points I wanted to touch on. First of all, I wanted to say, give a shout out to the Jamaican and the Haitian calling out their own people. That's what we need y'all to do. Call out your own people, just like white people always ask, what do I need to do to help y'all? Call out your own people. And see, they always telling us that we tear our own people down. It's not that we're tearing our own people down, we're calling out our coons. We're one of the only group of people out of the Black diaspora that are doing that on a consistent basis. And to this old nigga, like you always say, you gotta watch out for this coon that keeps calling in, talking about this dude over here, this Republican over here in California. Please stop calling, man. We don't want to hear your BS, man. Jason already laid out everything right in front of you. You acting intellectually dishonest by trying to argue a point he already disproved.
Well,
so stop, man. You're wasting the time. We got
to be totally honest, you're absolutely right to be totally honest. However, truth be told, brother, as uncomfortable as it is, we do have to acknowledge one reality. Black folk in America, unfortunately, are very desirous to walk off the field, very desirous to forget. I mean, if we're ahead in the first quarter, Negroes want to take the trophy and go home. 3 quarters left to play and already walk off the field. If we don't keep the pressure on, if the pressure isn't severe and constant, if the coons ain't swinging from the damn chandeliers and sitting on top of the kitchen table kicking over the turkey, if that's not happening, Negroes will go right back to sleep. My concern, you all remember, my concern was the same as everybody else's. That if Trump wasn't in office, Negroes would try to go back to sleep again. But remember when Biden was elected and folks were like, well, Jason, it's all over. I said, oh, no. No, the ball is in their court now. Now they have to prove that everything we said was wrong. Brother, we thought we thought it was black folk were going to get to sit down when Biden got in office. Dude, niggas is on the hot seat more than they've ever been. Brother, Trump didn't do this to the immigrants. You never saw nothing like this. The Democrats are going to start giving out conspiracy theories. They're going to talk about Greg Abbott brought the Haitians up here like this. You never saw things like this on your screen when Trump was in office. You never saw that. And you never heard Trump talking about, we're going to load them all up, put them on the planes. You never saw that. So what you're really going to have right now is a situation where people are just so damn embarrassed. Brother, the Democrats are sweating bullets right now about next year. Everything from these mandates to immigration my ass, illegals. You go down the damn line. Reparations, brother, they're on the hot seat more than ever. Kamala Harris with that awkward ass, embarrassed ass smile she keeps trying to give all the time. She knows the game is over. She knows it. She's trying to figure out if she can get her a job at some law firm somewhere. She knows it's all downhill here. So for any of us who were worried before, it's like, brother, the heat is on more than it's ever been. This has actually been advantageous if we use it. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Then get called from area code 876. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening. This is Jean calling from Kingston, Jamaica.
Jean from Kingston, Jamaica. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Jean. So just want to say thanks for the program. Very enlightening. I think it's great to have this discussion. I want to say the struggle is real, and I do agree that we all should build our nations. I'm calling from my nation, where we recently had a government minister having to kick out because of misconduct. We're on lockdown now until Monday. We're trying to struggle through the corona business. So I just want to say, yes, I believe that we all should be working on our own nations and not trying to run away and benefit from the benefit. Yes, other nations need migration for various reasons. They want to come in for various reasons, but we need to really fix what's at home, and it's hard. It's not easy. I just want to say one of the things that can release the line is we venerate Marcus Garvey here. We don't discount him at all. I don't understand how your caller said you learn more about Marcus Garvey abroad than at home. If you go to most government primary schools in Jamaica, Marcus Garvey's picture is painted on the wall. They're the front somewhere. You learn about him, their poems, he's venerated here.
Okay, with that being the case, understand something. There is a difference between having Marcus Garvey on a picture at school and having Marcus Garvey be the cultural litmus test that a nation lives by. There's a difference between those two things. Sure.
Right, responding. The only reason I brought up school is to show that it starts there. You don't start learning about Marcus Garvey when you're, an adult.
Okay, and what are they learning about? Okay, what are they learning about Garvey at school? Tell me that.
All right. First of all, is that your kid is a badge of pride. Second thing you learn, emancipate yourself from mental sleep. Whatever your circumstances are, you can liberate your mind first. And then Bob Marley, of course, used those words in a famous song. We learn about self-reliance. Marcus Garvey had this dream about having the Black Star Line. There was a White Star Line, Cunard, and he wants to start the Black Star Line. Actually started it with his workout. History tells that tale as to why. He was all about education, and he was also about realizing you live in a world, you don't exist in your little bubble. You have to interact with all different kinds of people, but let's all get on the stage of realizing that we need to work on our self-reliance and be proud of ourselves.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I'll let her speak. I'll let her fully flesh out her thoughts.
Thank you.
And do you notice she didn't once mention Pan-Africanism? She never once said that Marcus Garvey, that we teach about Pan-Africanism, the most important element, the one that is the real problem, the only thing we cared about. Notice she's talking about, love your skin and Black Star Line, and we're all great people. Exactly what the previous caller before was talking about with his parents. They teaching us all this kumbaya stuff. What about the pro-Black Pan-Africanism element? Notice she didn't say a single word. And that is the problem. You got pictures in your school and songs in your car, and the most important element of that man's life, the only one that mattered, you are devoid of it. Garvey has been cast aside in Haiti and replaced with this weird pseudo-Garveyite religion that teaches some transcendental universalism, but not Pan-Africanism. And that is the problem. And I want to thank you for articulating it. Thank you very much for giving us a call. She's stunned into silence, so I'm going to go ahead and drop her call. I didn't drop her call. She had a moment there to speak. She didn't say anything. She was stunned into silence. That is the issue. Why we love Marcus Garvey over here, as long as he doesn't stand for blackness. As long as he stands for some weird pseudo type of Jamaican nationality that anybody can define as anything. Play some Bob Marley, light up a fat one. Oh, but about that, political determination, that political allegiance and affiliation thing, that pro-Black Africa is the core of everything. No, we don't focus on that. She had every opportunity to speak it, and she proved that young man correct. This is what them old niggas over there are teaching them. That what Marcus Garvey is about. Love it. That, understand, if that sounds exactly the same as the pablum they try to feed you about Dr. King, now you get it. Dr. King didn't just talk about, the color of your skin and content of your character and little black boys holding hands with little white girls. That wasn't all Dr. King talked about. They took a snippet of his life and told you that's all he said. Then you read the letter from Birmingham jail and find out, oh hell, no, he was about the business. Then you read his speeches and find out, oh, he was like, hey, I'm coming to Washington to get the check. Then you find out like, oh, y'all took a snippet of him to try to brainwash us and deceive us into fabricating a Dr. King who did not exist because you were hoping that we wouldn't keep reading. So yeah, they took Dr. King, watered it down, diluted it down, created this fabricated sock puppet that was saying that everybody just need to get along. Rodney King, everybody just need to get along. Now in Jamaica with Marcus Garvey, everybody just need to get along. We all got cheering. And that wasn't what Marcus Garvey was about. Anybody who has read the book, The Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, understands that he was pro-black. He broke down everything from the 10 Commandments and how the chief sin was being poverty to Germany to the front, just back in the 20s. And he was about blackness and Pan-Africanism. That was the core and the root of it. But when you talk to Jamaicans today, Marcus Garvey was about loving yourself and everybody getting along. When we got him in the school, Garvey's about getting along. We just get along with each other. Everybody on earth needs to join hands. Marcus Garvey was like, all the black folk need to join hands with each other. We're the ones most suffering. She just sat here and confirmed it. But you got it wrong, brother. We love Marcus Garvey. Tell me what you love about it. When we hold hands, we get together, everybody like each other. All right. There it is. This is why the young folk who listen to us don't rock with y'all. Because they're out here getting their asses handed to them and they don't hear no damn fairy tales. Call them area code 514. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. It's Chuck calling from Montreal.
Chuck Hart from Montreal. Well, brother, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight.
Jason Black, I love you very much, but it's not it tonight, my brother. These people at the border, they need our help. My people need your help. They're suffering. White supremacy is destroying Haiti right now.
Well, you're gonna have to get the Haitians to understand that.
Well, they understand that.
They don't. No, they don't. Brother, here's the problem with what you're attempting to do. You are trying to deceive those of us who have met plenty of Haitians right here in America into believing that what we've seen and what we met wasn't really what we saw and wasn't really what we met. And that's not going to work. That's a fool's errand. You're not going to, brother, we're not just people who hear about Haitians on TV. Everybody has met them now, brother. You can't fabricate it and say, oh, that's not really what it's about. Well, you just met one or two. No, when everybody's got the same damn story, that's not a fluke.
Jason Black, I got you, but that's just one aspect of the problem. The real problem is white supremacy is destroying the country. Still right now, 12 white families keep wreaking havoc over there.
Okay, brother, white supremacy is everywhere. Okay, there's another excuse that we're going to drop here. White supremacy is everywhere, sir. White supremacy is everywhere. It's not just in Haiti. We're dealing with white supremacy right here in America with the strongest military machine on the planet. We're fighting it too, and we're not doing what they're doing.
Well, excuse me, Jason Black, with all due respect, I totally understand where you're coming from. However, the thing is, Haiti, white supremacy is attacking the black race by proxy.
Okay, so and they're attacking us directly over here. They're not even using proxies over here. They're attacking us directly. What's the damn excuse, man? I'm not here to hear the excuses, bro. We're facing it directly. They got a whole damn nation that they run. We don't. There's no excuses except for the fact that they have a culture where they have accepted it, and their friction with us is that when they meet us, they're like, damn, y'all ain't bowing down and kissing these white folks' asses. What's wrong with y'all niggas in America? That's where the friction comes from.
No, sir, not all of them.
Okay,
all of them.
Most. Sir, most.
Well, I do understand that. However, most of the people actually fighting this days in and days out, and they're still making victories.
No, sir, not most of the people. Not most of the people, sir. No, sir, I can't verify what you're saying, but even if it were true, you are the exception to the rule. You are not the rule. So you don't get to sit here and say, well, there's three of us. There's three of us who ain't off code. Okay, you all are statistically irrelevant. Not even insignificant. You're statistically irrelevant. The rest of the damn country is off code as hell and loving every minute of it. That's the problem.
I have to disagree, sir, because the thing is, you got 12 white families supported by the United States, and then they're all American, by the way. They're wreaking havoc in the country.
Sir, I'm telling you about the attitude and dispositions that Haitians demonstrate when they get here by the tens of thousands. There's none of those white folk in Haiti. There's no government aid organizations. I'm telling you about the culture and the practices that they bring and demonstrate when they get here and are on their own in Haitian enclaves with no one bothering them or harassing them. I'm telling you what they coalesce to on their own.
Yes, you are 100% right, and that's the Coon class.
All right, thank you very much for giving us a call. The Coon class is Haiti. That's going to be a hard pill to swallow, but until as a group they get over that, we're going to have to keep it the way it is. Call of area code 754. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Jason. This is Marquise calling from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Marquise from Fort Lauderdale. What's on your mind?
Okay, as a first generation Jamaican, I do agree with what you've been saying. Raised as a kid, like my parents did, talk down on the, quite a few times. But the thing is, like, I never saw myself as different from my FBA sisters or my Haitians or whatever. I always saw myself as just black. Because when I was learning about Black history, I was so proud to see these people that look like me, making all these victories and whatever. So it's very disheartening to hear my parents say stuff like that. But the good thing is that me as a young person going on, I can make changes like where I come from, so that this foolery stops. The first time I spoke to you, you told me that Jamaica doesn't, they have not deserved the majesty of Marcus Garvey, but you told me that maybe one day I could bring that to Jamaica, and I told you that I'll do my best until this day. I'm still doing my best.
Well, like I say, definitely at this point right here, this is a day of reckoning. We need to have an accounting, and everybody needs to have it very clearly stated what the expectations are. That's the great thing about a moment like this is it crystallizes the event in everybody's minds, crystallizes it in their eyes, and now it is on everybody to have a clear understanding of what is expected of them in no uncertain terms. You're either going to run with us or run from us. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 504. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Charles Jr. from New Orleans, B1.
Charles, New Orleans. What's on your mind?
Man, I gotta tell you, I was hoping you get me because this may be your last broadcast. And, the white supremacists, they're going to send in their coons. They already did the first one, and then they called with another one. Man, but I gotta tell you, Jason, this isn't good. This is awesome. This is great. You know why? Because we can't save everyone. That's why. We want to get a critical mass of black people in America who are on code. So this is a final. This is a final message for all the black folks in the diaspora. Got family members that make some final plea to them, because moving on from this day forward is going to be a daily drumbeat, a daily breaking point of if they don't want to get on code with us, cool. What you say about us in general, cool. He can hold his nuts. He got killed by police. Well, was he cooning? All right, cool. He can hold his nuts. Or what they use as slurs against us now as black, the nation of Black Americans. All right, they can go back to their country and pick themselves up by their own bootstraps. They have everything they need to rebuild that nation.
Yeah, they love to get together and stuff when they're by themselves after they've been indulging in their interracial sexual degeneracy, and then still here and be talking trash about us. The usual litany of stuff, man. Is, we're lazy and this, that, and the other. Well, you know what? Y'all gonna be the hardest working niggas in the world when you get ready to make this walk back. So when you start hot putting it back over there, you're gonna show us your work ethic. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 707. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, David, it's I'm calling from East Palo Alto, California.
Did you say David?
Jason.
Okay, I thought you said David at first. I'm about to say wrong program. What's on your mind?
Come on, brother. I'm just saying, why are we not paying attention? We are at war. It sounds to me like black labor, white wealth. Dr. Claude Anderson. Where are we at with this? This is none of our business. Let the United States handle their business. Let them hold their own nuts.
I would go beyond that. I want to go beyond that to just let them hang. I want to go beyond that to say, you know what? Close the doors. Just close the doors.
Right? Come on, for real. Now, if you look at it for real, if you look at us compared to anything else, we are a jewel. We are something that you will never find again in life, and we ain't stopping. You can say what you want to say about it. So when I speak as B1. So anybody else can take it personal if they want to. That's their business, not mine. But we need to mind our own business. Because all this other stuff, the tears is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, as Dr. Claude Anderson said. And we know where we stand. But see, one thing about us is that we shine with light, and we know what the darkness is. So move out our way and let us handle our business. And then y'all can catch on to whatever they got going on.
Well, I really, no, sister, I really got to tell you, I'm past that. I am not indifferent. Let me be very clear. I am not indifferent. I am not at the point of, well, whatever happens, happens. No, I'm past that now. I am at the point of, if they ask me whether you can stay or whether you got to go, my answer isn't yes. And my answer isn't, I don't care. My answer is, yeah, we can pack them up. My answer is, we can pack them up. I'm not indifferent. I am not on the fence. I am not apathetic. I am not amoral. No, let me be very clear where I stand today. The stance today is, no, I'm not y'all get by how you get by. No, y'all can get on. That's where we're at now. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. No, I'm not apathetic. I'm not indifferent. I'm not on the fence. I'm not y'all worked it out. No. I got an idea about working it out. Working it out is, here's your ticket. It could be a Greyhound. It could be a Megabus. It could be Carnival Cruise, Norwegian. It could be a kayak. But yeah, we heading back the way. This is how we doing it from here on in. Call them area code 832. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this Lil Rick from Houston.
Lil Rick from Houston, what's on your mind?
Oh man, I remember a while back, man. Two things, Jason. A while back, I remember I had called you when I was in front of the turkey leg hut, and when they had to make, put out they mandates for the dress code, it kind of reminded me of that caller you had earlier with his Papados story. That Papados he went to. Well, that's the way they dressed at that Papados, just to give you a little inkling of probably what he was dealing with. And Jason, when you was let's go back to when you were scrolling with Roland Martin and Sheila Jackson Lee about their silence about these black folk under the bridge down there in Del Rio, here in Texas, specifically Sheila Jackson Lee. When you were scrolling, I saw the very first post under her name that you showed, and you just slowly went up. I instantly saw her first post was, "Come to City Gas Apartment, get your vaccine. I mean, get your shot, we got boosters, woo, woo, woo." And the irony of her selecting that particular apartment complex in Northeast Houston is low income, is low educated, and she's been the representative of this 18th Congressional District since '95. And the whole 26 years she's been head over that district, that apartment complex is still ghetto, it's still high crime, and it's still her spot to launch her little old dealings. And when you point out how she finally got to the Del Rio folks, and she acknowledged them, say, hey, they've been oppressed. These people are running from tyranny, blah, blah, blah. And you pointed out how she didn't offer any assistance. Well, that's what she's been practicing the whole 26 years down here, Jake. Because on December 25th, she'll pass out some bicycles, the last Thursday in November, she hand out turkeys. She'll fill up some potholes, but nothing on a grand scale for black increase. The way they got all this money lined up for the Afghans, the illegals, the gays. I mean, all the folk that didn't vote for these Democrats, they continuously boo-boo on us because we continuously follow them without investigation. Just follow the majority. Everybody doing it, you got to do it too. And they know they can keep playing that game on the folk that don't listen to broadcasts like this. So, man, keep your foot on their neck, man, and we going to keep ours on it too, man.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Like I say, it's one of those things where, as a people, we got to recognize that you got some folks over here who they snuck their folks in, and they've made them your representatives. And their job is to be the black face that maintains the status quo. They go off and tell you, well, I would get some things done for you, but these mean old white folks ain't letting me. Meanwhile, they don't even get out there and speak up for you. It risks not their job is to get out there and speak for you, even at the threat of death. You used to have cowardly, scared-ass niggas up here and tell me, Obama can't do nothing for black folks because they would kill him. He's the president of the damn United States. He took an oath of office to defend the Constitution on his life. It's his job to get gunned down and killed in defense of the Constitution. Just like the Secret Service, it is their job to die for the president of the United States if necessary. And if you have to be killed in your defense of black people, Dr. King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, we have a never-ending parade of black martyrs, and they weren't presidents of the United States. They never put their hands on a Bible and took an oath of office. How dare you sit up here and say you're going to give him less responsibility than you give the average citizen? And he's running for damn office, telling you that he's here to defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And when you say, so help me God, that means on my life. For those of you who are ignorant and don't understand what that means, so help me God means on my life. That statement effectively means on my life. I swear to do this, so help me God. In other words, this is a solemn vow to my maker. I don't break this even in the I'm accountable to my maker if I break this. In other words, there is no force in the universe that is supposed to get you to forsake that vow. But there are a lot of black folk who have adopted the backstabbing cultures. A lot of y'all are hung out with folks now, you've adopted their backstabbing cultures, and it's, oh, well, let me go ahead and let them do that. I mean, people in the bastard babies here, we can all just lie and steal and mess each other. Then you meet somebody like me and I ain't having it. Ooh, something wrong with you. This is why the church folks don't like it. This is why the church folks don't like it. They don't like it because they're used to being in a big-ass room full of people sitting up here lying, stealing, messing each other over, and then the young folk have to be conditioned to think that kind of thing is okay. They're not used to somebody putting their foot down and saying, yeah, we're not having that. Call them Meritorious 763. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Rod calling from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Rod from Minneapolis. What's on your mind?
I got a question on your Patreon channel. The Black
Okay, sir, this is the wrong program. Wrong program altogether. Caller from area code 504, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, good evening. This is G from New Orleans. How you doing tonight, Jason?
G from New Orleans, what's on your mind?
Yes, brother. Great show as always, and hopefully it is not your last show. Who knows what the way you
I
do
don't have, it won't be my last show because I don't have a show. Steve Harvey has a show. D.L. Hughley has a show. I have a broadcast.
Well, okay, I'm sorry, broadcast. Excuse me. Well, I will say this, and I'll be quick and make this observation. We are right now in the middle of a pandemic, and we have a president who's the chief executive of the executive branch that's mandating his employees to get vaccinated. But yet, he is allowing an open border policy for other immigrants, particularly coming from South America, Mexico, and so forth. And I'm pretty sure they're not being screened for COVID. Yet, he has initiated a policy where you're trying 60 seconds from entering into this country. Now, I'm not taking the side necessarily of the Haitian immigrants or immigrant policy or so forth, but because I personally think we have people here in this country that need to be helped before anybody. We do a piss poor job of doing it. As you pointed out, the fact 50% of blacks make up the homeless population. But what I have noted, and I think it's important, is that all of the souls to the polls, people who went and voted for this man, for this administration, who, by the way, you have a vice president who's so-called Jamaican, who's charged half Jamaican.
Sir, give us the consolidated version.
10 seconds. My point being is that everybody has their own face right now before this man, and I think it's at this point, it's just proven that the administration in the last 6 months, the last 9 months that he's been in office, has failed.
I think that's a very good point. Thank you very much for this call. Everybody who supported this man right now, it doesn't even matter what you supported him on. You literally don't have a leg to stand on now. And this will be good. This will be real good. Let me get called from area code 248. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
GBA, Lock and Low, out of Detroit. How you doing, my brother?
Lock and Low out of Detroit. Long time no here. What's on your mind?
Yes, brother, it's steady. It's real good. On my end, it's beautiful. It's going good. Business hasn't dropped off, and it's been going well. You know, I stay tuned and connected to you, brother. You know, once I get an order, I just go do it. You know, it's like some people got to keep reading the Bible over and over and say, what do you want me to do? It's written what he wants you to do. You got to go do it. You stay busy doing it, brother. You'll get something accomplished, and it's been good for me and my family, and we stay ready. We ain't got to get ready. So I'm listening to you, brother. I'm just seeing everyone with this egg on their face. It's going to be so beautiful. You know, I've interacted with a lot of groups, a lot of non-FBA groups, a lot of non-Native Black American groups, and they pretty much have a real good, strong consensus that Black Americans ain't shit in their mind, right? And so, you know, until sometimes you got to put them in place and let them know where they came from and let them know that, that this shit's thing too. And my heart goes out for a lot of my brothers and sisters. But, you know, I've been to Africa. I was over in Africa. I was over in South America. I've been to Haiti. I've been to the Republic. I've been out to the Caribbean, to Colombia, to Panama. I run across many of my brothers and sisters. And when the moment they're a little bit better in their home place, and you know, when we leave here and we go out somewhere else, we're more exotic now. Black Americans, we're super exotic. But it just seems like when people reach the shores of the United States, they change. It's like everybody know that, hey, do not get with those guys right there. Do not get with those Black American people right there. They begin to say everything in the book about Black America. And I have resources where I can really help a lot of brothers and sisters of the diaspora. But they have the chances that I give for them to demonstrate in the show that we are in unison and that we have a common goal, and that is to uplift our people, and that is to bring progress to our people, and to have our own agenda and to create our own system. They seem to let me down.
Well, they don't seem to let you down because the problem is we don't have a common goal. That's precisely the problem. We have a common interest, but the truth of the matter is we don't have a common goal. When you talk about, you know, they get over here and it seems they change. Now, the problem is they were different before they ever got here. We have to let go of the idea that the world is basically Pan-Africanism, and all we have to do is gather everybody together because we're all on the same page. No, the rest of the world is really trying to do its own thing, and what we're selling them, most of them don't want it. They're trying to figure out how to snuggle up to Zaddy. So the best thing for us to do is consolidate our resources in our interest, and the rest of these folk here, at this point right now, close the doors, pull up the drawbridge. We don't need any more of them. No thanks, no new friends. Hey, goodbye. Head back where you were. Das Vidania, and make it work where you came from. I'll let you have the last word.
Jason, brother, listen, and this is my point. I'm at a place to where it's like, hey, y'all handle that yourselves. That's basically what you tell us. They hear our stories. They hear how we get shot. They know our story better than we do. And they basically like, hey,
That's y'all problem. And I don't want to say that I'm here for my brother. I'll be right here for when they get the mission right. I'll be here. But until then, I can't go cape for them. I can't give my resource because the only thing that's gonna happen. I almost see them, and then I don't want to see it like this, but they would get here, and I just see them being a extra person I got to fight against now. Or I got to see that they gonna vote, that they gonna cast a lot against us, right? And so I can't. I love my brothers and sisters, and man, my heart is. I was just down in Texas. I was just down in Texas. I was just down in El Centro. I was just down in the Gallup. I bought 20 cars. Brought them back up to Detroit. We were just down there. We brought them over the border. I had to go to El Paso. They got all kind of shit of Mexicans running across. And now it's crazy. And it's not my Haitian brothers don't see it. But I'm seeing they interview Mexicans. The Mexicans like, oh, we scared. We got to lock our doors. Like, what the hell? Oh, now you got the Mexican mayor down there talking about, oh, this is bad. I'm like, man, there's over 300,000 Mexicans coming across the border a month. They got 15,000 Haitians, and even Mexicans are like, Joe Biden, you got to do something. You got to secure the border.
Well, before now, these are the same folks who were telling us there weren't no problems. The folks sitting out there in the sun before now were telling us we were the problem. And this has been a huge wake-up call for everybody. So as far as I'm concerned, the more uncomfortable it makes them, the better. Lock and Load, it's been nice to hear from you, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Lock and Load, one of my day one people. Been over a decade now, 12 years now, one of my day one people. So it's good to hear from my day one people. And, I told you we were still going to be here doing it. We are unapologetic, unadulterated, still uncompromising. And it's very glad to have that because you see, we got a code. We got a code. This is what happens when you're dealing with people who actually have a code of conduct. And we are making sure we spread that and disseminate that. But let me be very clear on what I'm saying tonight. I'm not wishy-washy. I'm not on the fence. I am not indifferent. Everybody who ain't been with us before, turn around. No, don't. I am beyond just, whatever happens, happens. No, turn around. You don't want to have to come over here anyway. It's popping where you come from. As we never hear the end of you telling us, no, turn it around. You were talking about how great Zaddy was and how great it is. And as soon as y'all get in the city, the first thing you do is look for Zaddy. Zaddy is giving you the business now. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, that's it. No, don't give me your sob stories and this, that, and the other. Just nope. Walk on up the bridge, walk on up the plank here and get back on the boat. And take care of your issue when you get there. I got a board full of calls right now. Things are really lit up. We've been going on for almost 3.5 hours. We're going to go ahead and shut things down here for now. We're going to be back tomorrow. Oh, don't worry. We're going to be dealing with the immigrants again here tomorrow on a different scale. But we're going to be taking up with that as well. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend. Over 127,000 subscribers and rising despite YouTube's discriminatory shadow ban. We are still racking up the numbers. We are still significant and we are still the Black media. And tonight you have heard why. Click that red subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Click that yellow notification bell and make sure you share the program. If YouTube won't do it, that's all right. We will. And if you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go there, check out our groundbreaking best-selling documentary work, 7 a.m., Gentrified, Race War, all available on sale on Amazon and on DVD. Blackchannelfilms.com, blackchannelfilms.com. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is uncompromising.
All right. So, again, another real good conversation there. And one reason why I wanted to play that out was so that you can see that this isn't a fringe part of Black society or foundational Black American society that is feeling this way. That there are a large number of folks that are feeling this way. But even more importantly, you got to hear from Haitian folks and other Caribbean folks that are saying, yeah, my parents taught me this. And I've had to call my parents out or say things to them or, it's an issue. So they're acknowledging and validating what foundational Black Americans have been saying. And if we're going to have that change, that's what's going to have to happen, right? The same thing with, when we were telling the world, hey, look, police brutality, Rodney King. And even with the videotape, it's, are you going to believe me or your lying eyes? And then we get the George Floyd video 20 something years later, 30 years later, right? And still, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. Still, there's a lot of just straight up denial. And so, my hope with this long broadcast is, again, for those of you that are not exposed to this viewpoint, that don't believe that there are a large number of foundational Black Americans that believe this way or think this way, and that there are Caribbean and African brothers and sisters that also feel this way about the people in their own group, that is just not true. And white supremacy is not going to allow those stories, that truth, to be present. And we can't, a lot of times we're like, I just can't seem to put my finger on it. Like, why are these folks acting this way? It doesn't make any sense for them to come over here and then talk greasy about us, separate themselves from us. And both Phil and Jason Black said a lot of truth, right? We built this country, foundational Black Americans. And then immigrants come over here, talk bad about us, treat us bad. And they're indoctrinated before they even get here. So we've got to wake up. We've got to get ready. We got to be ready. If we aren't, we will perish for sure. See if I can play one more video.
Join me on Sierra Leone.
That I think is important for you to see. Go ahead and get this queued up for you. This is a short one. This is stunning. And see, the left has you believe that there is this Black and Brown Alliance, BIPOC. And again, like always, in all these movements, it starts off with Black. But we end up holding the bag while everyone else gains the benefits of our blood, sweat, and tears. And a lot of blood. And then it gets flipped on its side. It's like, oh, you're being divisive and we need to come together. And, no, we need to deal with what the issues are. White supremacy only endures because other groups keep it going. It couldn't endure if folks didn't participate in it, even Black folks. And so it's okay for the left to say, you know what, you can call out your own. You can call out black people. You can call out the radical right, but you can't call us out and you can't call out the rest of the IPOC community. Again, we don't listen to them anymore. You don't ask your oppressor how not to be oppressed any longer. We determine that. See, they talk about being allies, and I'm not clear if they really have a clear understanding of what ally means, right? What are you aligning yourself with? You're an ally if we do it your way. The soft way. Safe space. Let's all get along. While other groups continue to maneuver and undermine us, while at the same time saying that they're for us. While they carve us up under intersectionality, when the world sees you as black first, not as LGBT, not as he, her, they, black. So let's go ahead and watch this. This is, again, quite shocking, not to me, because we've been saying this, right? How does white supremacy endure? How does racism, how does anti black racism exist and continue to persist? They have to participate in it. They must teach their young. Again, it couldn't be, oh, well, all the racists are their grandparents. And once they die off, then racism will be gone. Same reason why when we talk historically, right, they talk about how it's toxic male, right? Toxic masculinity. But they don't talk about the female slave owners. They don't talk about the female clans members. They don't talk about the fact that the females are the ones that are the teachers of the children. Emmett Till, the females, more dangerous. But they are given victim status, and then they use that to protect themselves while simultaneously attacking us, as they always have. You're seeing it now, right? The majority of our teachers are women, many white women who are arguing against CRT, which we know is not being taught. American history is what we're saying needs to be taught. And that's why there's story after story, especially if you check out here on the African Diaspora Channel, you will see story after story after story after story of slave assignments, the N-word in classrooms, cutting black people's hair in school. They are the teachers. Dylan Ruth isn't in his 60s, not in his 40s, not in his 30s, in his 20s. The young Republicans. That indoctrination starts early. So let's see how early it starts.
This report. Today's report is a shocking video coming from China. A mother posted a video of herself teaching her daughter to hate Black people. Let me show you this clip. It's from Wade Maya's YouTube channel. We'll come back and discuss.
宝宝昨天在餐厅跟你说话的是一个什么人？
黑人。
是叔叔还是阿姨？
阿姨。
你以前见过他吗？
在餐厅见过几次。
见过几次？是这样子的，公主，就昨天妈妈跟你说，你可以跟他打招呼，可以跟他说话，其实这是不对的。为什么呢？因为这些黑人呢，他有很不好的习惯，他很不礼貌，有时候呢，在我们中国，有时候在国外做了很多去伤害中国人的事情。我们是什么人啊？
中国人。妈妈，我跟你说，我们是中国人，要保护好中国，要爱惜中国，知道了吗？
知道。所以呢，我们不能跟陌生人说话，不能吃陌生人的东西，不能跟陌生人聊天，不能跟陌生人走。黑人我们更要防范他们，好吗？
好的。
我们是
中国人，
我们爱
中国。
对，我们爱中国，爱五星红旗。
This is insanity. If your hatred for Black people is this much, to a point where you have to indoctrinate your own daughter, teach her hate, teach her discrimination, teach her on how to treat a Black person, that is just being nice to her. You saw the translation. I'm not sure if it's Wademaya that translated it or somebody else, but the little girl said that she is nice to that lady. She smiles at her. She talks with her. So clearly, she's not teaching her about criminals. She's teaching her to discriminate against a Black woman that is smiling at her and talking to her. She's just being nice to that little girl. But the mother, the way she took it, the way she flipped it, and the way she taught her, even the way she taught her, have you noticed, is so like bizarre, like cultish. She keeps repeating, China, we love China. Nobody's telling you to hate China, but why the hatred? Why the discrimination against a Black woman living in your country that's just smiling to your face? This lady didn't do anything to you. She was just trying to be nice. That's how people, society communicate without communicating. A smile means I am giving you acknowledgement and respect while we're passing each other. Like there's no need for you to your daughter to hate a person, and in general Black people. This is so mind-boggling to me. I know some of you will say, why is this shocking to you? You've seen enough videos. I know I've seen enough videos and I've reported on many of them, but to actually see a mother sit her daughter down and teach her about a specific race, to hate them, to not smile at them, to not talk to them, and they're bad people in general, everybody in the Black community, it's just, I don't know, seeing it with my own eyes just, I guess, shocked me. It's just so sad. If they're being taught at a very young age like this, I don't know what the future holds. They keep saying Africa and China relationship. In case you don't know, Africa is full of Black people. So how is it going to work when these people come to collect their money, come to collect their debts? Like, how is it going to go if they have such hatred towards us, to tell, to teach, to indoctrinate their young kids about us? I am speechless. I am in shock. But this is something we need to discuss and share, because people need to know what is going on in China, and our people need this awareness. Anyways, guys, let us know down below what your thoughts are about this mother indoctrinating her own daughter to hate Black people.
There you go. There really isn't much more to say than that, right? This is your education. It's Monday morning, September 20. As you wake up and you start your day, perspective that you probably haven't had. that you definitely need. And if you are an ally, obviously it's time for you to start calling out your friends and your family members in those groups. Far too long, that sentiment, those teachings have been allowed to persist. That's why institutional racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Black misandry, especially anti-foundational Black American racism exists. Because other groups have to keep it going. And the sellouts of our group keep it going. Are you a sellout? We are coming. We're going to start calling you out, and we're going to actively be working to destroy you. Folks are waking up. They're calling it out. We can't save everyone, and that's good. I am Marwan Cameron. This is The Conduit. We do have a show tonight, 5 p.m. I will see you then.